Nobody sees it yet. But they will in mere minutes, Jimmy. We're going to be doing TCJ issue number 38. Gil Kane interview, big one.
It's funny to read this interview and think about the relationship between Gil Kane and Gary Groth.
Right.
And like, where was it at this point? Were they close already, or is this part of the groundwork for what they would end up, the relationship they would end up having?
Right.
It's also interesting. Well, we'll save it for the record. It's a pretty good piece, though. Makes me curious, like what the next couple issues are like. Seems like it'd be hard to top that.
It's getting better.
He's
and
articulate.
Better. It's getting better and better. Just the magazine.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the ads are quite different in this one than the last one.
Right.
Did you do any looking at First Kingdom stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know it.
I went through. I don't have the complete run. I think I'm missing 3 issues, but I have first and last and most. And I was looking at like the editorial pages because they all have an intro from somebody, and it's like Milt Caniff is one of the dudes, Steranka is one of the dudes. It's kind of remarkable the quality of people who wrote intros for it. Like Caniff, what must he have thought of this weird ass quasi underground?
There's Uncle Howie just recently. I don't know if Jack Katz just got like the like a Lifetime Eisner or something, but Uncle Howie had a lot to say this past week, and none of it good. And
really?
Yeah.
Wow, what
crazy.
Kind of...
Oh, like I'll bring it up when we
like
check
personal stuff or about his craft.
About the craft, like he never did anything of distinguishing, blah blah blah, like just destroying him.
Wow.
I'm gonna just shut the computer off in here just in case if it's fucking with the internet.
What's up, guys? How's everybody's week going? Good to be back here with you all. These Comics Journal episodes are a little bit different because we don't get to see your comments as easily.
Yeah, just for this conversation, we'll blaze it up again.
We'll be back on.
Let me just make it another
shortly.
tea real fast.
Yeah, I think you guys will enjoy that. A little delay between the live this morning and this episode because, as you heard, we were doing the comment on the Stan Lee documentary. I don't know how many people have watched that documentary yet, but
yeah, we didn't mention that it was a Stan Lee documentary.
Oh yeah,
so let them know.
Yeah, Disney Plus has a new Stan Lee documentary, and as Ed mentioned, Jeet here had called it to our attention, so we both watched that this week and do a movie review, the Cartoonist Kayfabe movie club that we do every now and then. Quite a different video than Funny Pages. I think that was the last movie that we looked at. But interesting documentary. So that video will be coming up later today. I think Ed said it would be the first one he posts to the King Kayfabers.
Yeah.
So you guys will get to see that before too long. And probably a good jumping off point for conversation. I feel like that was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Not all just about the documentary, but Stan Lee, man. Stan Lee and the propaganda of Disney.
put something, like the chat room is a little bit ethereal, but in the Patreon chat underneath this video, put some of the other flicks you would want us to
yes.
do reviews on. Because in some ways I see the channel expanding. Like, there's all the comic stuff to check out. So, like, the Crumb documentary and, like, that kind of stuff. But then, why not do a Boogie Nights film review where we talk about the intricacies of, like, the storytelling and shit? Because it's all applicable to comics. Take a look at Dirk Diggler's bedroom and, like, what does that... You know what I mean? Like, it's all storytelling.
Yeah, some great transitions in that, too. Like, where one car passes another one and then we switch cars who we're following. Yeah, that movie has a lot going for it. But there's so much comics content now. Like we could have done an episode on the Dave Stevens documentary a couple weeks back. I think we both watched that one.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do that in the future.
That's
It's
Amazon Prime.
I think that's where it's at.
Did
I
you
never
watch
know.
Did you watch the Bill Black one?
No,
The AC Comics joint?
I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. Bill Black ad in this episode
Yes.
of Comics Journal.
Yeah, Naughty Girls.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw the Naughty Girl, I was like, this must be a Bill Black thing.
Yeah, his signature's all over that thing. I think his name's in the ad 2 or 3 times. The half-page ad. But yeah, there's a lot of content. I can't believe there's a Bill Black documentary. That's fascinating, and
It's a new world we live in, man.
and I feel like that one just slipped my attention. It must have been. I think it crossed my path a week or 2 ago, and things were just busy. I feel like I lost a week last week, man.
Yeah, I lost a week. I lost a week, and I think I'll lose another, but I'm gonna fucking gain so much more. Because I think I'm gonna be able to hit a seven strip week schedule from now on.
We didn't talk about it in the live, but I can remember in the past whenever I was working full time and doing comics, and it was kind of like you would get a deadline, and it was stuff couldn't go wrong. You know what I mean? If something went wrong,
Right. Yes.
if I had a sick if a family member got sick or something like that, it would completely wreck me because the schedule was so jam packed. And I can remember doing the first couple books I did, and being conscious of it, like, you know what, we got through this. You know, like nothing bad happened. There was no big interruption, and being grateful for that. But it can't be that way forever.
No, it can't. Like life happens, and life has been happening a little bit. Okay. Is it like this?
No, I think it's. Whoa.
Okay. The camera is this.
Yeah. Right. I think it's this.
And then you connect.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys saw the struggles last time when I recorded with Brian.
I wonder if this can't be on airplane mode.
It can be, but you got to just make sure that the Wi-Fi is still on. Just preserve the battery.
I don't know, because there's your like Wi-Fi indicator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think this is going to be a struggle on both of our things today.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Why would I need to do that? Yeah, share that.
Okay, there we go. Boom.
Yeah, hit that. Hit connect.
The technology has changed in the past 3 weeks.
I wonder if this is part of the taxing the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Cool. And then we're choosing for lag, so that it's going to be a little uglier. But
Yeah, it looks really good on here.
and that's what counts. You know what? Maybe let's take it to. This 3-point font typography.
Yeah, they're not helping me with that. I was like zooming in on this thing as I'm reading it this week.
Right.
Talk about old. We were making fun of us at in Florida. My father-in-law, like, we're looking at like pill bottles and trying to sort stuff out, and I'm like holding it out, you know, like.
We're there, dude.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Let me grab my books real quick.
Oh, we got a freeze already. What the hell? Oy.
like I said, I want to get into the habit of mentioning that our vids are daily.
Yes.
So if you could build that in.
I don't know what that means.
What?
The froze.
Okay, I did this before. We cut out. How do we do this? 1 second. Okay. We disconnect, and then we reconnect. That's what's buggy about it. So when we start recording, we'll stay recording, and I'll worry about that. Okay. So I'll watch it on this.
Okay.
I'll be super in charge of this. And the cool thing is you don't have to move anything, so it's not like a book.
Right.
So I'll be super up on it. Good to go? It's February of 77.
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Okay. And then I think, like, see, isn't that so stupid? This is the record button.
Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Going to continue our journey through the Comics Journal. This time, February 1977, number 38. A lot of good stuff in this issue. We're going to see the DC price increase, an incredible Gil Kane interview that I cannot wait to unpack. And you're going to kind of start to see the Comics Journal continuing to move in the direction of what I think of as the mature Comics Journal.
In one issue, we looked at 37 last week. In one issue, the magazine has evolved aesthetically. It's laid out much better, much cleaner. The Blood and Thunder letters column makes its debut. I don't think it was called Blood and Thunder last time. And there are a lot of firsts in this issue that we are going to unpack and discover.
All right, Ed. Let's dive into this Comics Journal issue. But first, I want to remind everybody, we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. And the King Kayfabers at the top level of the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon are watching us record this video in real time. Always a pleasure to share these recording sessions with the King Kayfabers. And if you haven't joined our Patreon already, check it out and find the level that works for you. I also want to let everybody know we will be in Baltimore. The second week in September is Baltimore Comic Con, and we will be there with all of our wares.
It's still recording, but this whole thing froze up. Yeah, I mean, it's totally still recording. Now I can get out of it and go back in.
Okay, I'm trying to think if we could just record even without that.
We can, especially something like this.
That's what I mean. Like, this is pretty static.
Yeah. And I'll just...
Do you think we take any risks by doing that? Because, like, I checked, and it's like you say, we're still recording. The timer's still going.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right, without further ado, let's dive into this one, Ed. There's a lot to unpack here, so we'll kind of move through here. One thing that stood out to me, I always talk about the ads. I love them. Even those feel different than the last issue, which is sort of the start of the modern era of Comics Journal. So it's interesting to see how fast they are moving through these parts, to kind of shape this into what we will come to know as the Comics Journal.
It's fascinating because it's not like they're in charge of the ads. Like, these are being sent to them. So maybe we can track the success of comics with the graphic design of these ads for these satellite productions. Like that last issue, it was all very small fanzine kind of stuff. This is a pretty reasonable looking book.
It is, and what's great with this stuff is seeing the name. Mark Grunwald goes on to become a very celebrated editor at Marvel Comics. Dean Mulaney, of course, probably around this time or shortly after, starts Eclipse Comics.
Saber is...
So it's fun to see like where these guys, what the origins of some of the influential comics makers, not just creators, but also the editors and publishers, where they come from. And a lot of them come through these kinds of publications. Also, Ed, if you know any of these books as we go through these ads, call them out because that last one looked like something we might find on a shelf in a store like Ides.
Yeah, I got good stuff for you, man. That might have slipped your radar. Okay, so Rocket's Blast comic collector. Last issue we were looking through this, and I was like, that has some significance. It came up on the channel. I don't remember what it was. And then as we were recording other videos, I remembered it was mentioned by Jaime Hernandez, and that is where his first published works appeared before fan art in comics journals or any of those publications. So Rocket's Blast, very respected, like issue 139.
Yes.
It's been out a minute.
I was going to say, too, we've gotten a number of fanzines from Kayfabe mail boxes over the years. I have a bunch of these RBCCs. You know, I think we usually divvy them up whenever like a stack of fanzines come in. You take half, I take half. They may be something that we unpack an issue here or there. It makes me curious, like tracking down when is Jaime's first appearance. Possible we have that one, but I'd be curious to look at some of the fanzines as we continue this trip through comics history.
Yeah, totally. Even this piece of art we're looking at right there, that's Kerry Gamble. You know, he'll have a nice comic book career moving forward. And just looking at those pages, I mean, it's just beautifully illustrated work, completely professional.
Yeah, it looks terrific.
But it speaks to the era of comics that we're at. And I just saw a Michael Golden conversation online somewhere, and he was talking about like the 77 era, because he's mentioned in here, he's in comics. Like in DC, you had to have like lighting, and you had to go the Neil Adams approach, but stick to the Neil Adams approach. There wasn't much room anywhere else for any other kinds of approach. But then Marvel was Kirby.
Right. It makes so much sense that it works that way. And we're going to get into that as we go through the Gil Kane interview, where it's like, is successful, they're able, these companies, the non-creatives, are able to duplicate. Yeah. But they're not going to come up with that new idea.
As long as it's in here, Jimmy, we should make note of the paid circulation, because I think it was about 8,000 last issue.
Yeah, I think you're right. And noteworthy, February 77, this is whenever I'm born, to give you everybody an idea of like how old this is. I know a lot of our audience is about our age, so that's about the time period that we're talking about here. And it's funny, I have a ton of comics journals, both digital and print, and I always am looking at their back issues to see like which issues should I try to track down, or what interview is in there. And at this stage, it's all nostalgia. It's mostly nostalgia journals for the back catalog. You see a couple of comics journals, but half the list is nostalgia journals.
It's true.
So,
there's a super noteworthy piece here. This guy, Greg Tulubitz. First off, I Googled his name, and he's still in the game. Convention organizer, doing a bunch of stuff. But check these prices out for stuff that he wants in fine or near mint. Look at the X-Men's. GS 25 cents for Giant number 1.
Amazing. Wow. That's so interesting, because we have stories of collectors. You know, that's one of those early books that I guess collectors of a certain age, maybe the second generation of dealers, that was a strong book. And it was, when do you come in on it, right? If you buy those things, as many as you can buy at a quarter, boy, you'd be sitting pretty today.
Absolutely, man. Now, with the Newswatch, as I got into this, I realized the narrative that we're going to be telling as we go consecutively with Comics Journal is, you might remember the ads, and this might be a good place to like put up the famous like ad page where it's the DC explosion, because if they weren't promoting so heavily the DC explosion,
right,
set of books and things that they were going to start to do. So that's the narrative we're going to tell. The implosion happens in 78. We're in February 77 here, and they are moving and shaking, and DC used to run distribution for Marvel Comics, and there was a set fixed number of books that they were willing to deal with when it came to Marvel. That deal lapsed, and then Marvel started to like McDonald's comics.
Yes.
They took a the lion's share of the market, and DC at this point is freaking struggling to try to figure things out, and we're going to lay out a bunch of different shit that they're trying to do. It's
really interesting to see kind of what is happening here. 17 books from DC have been canceled in this 16-month period, but 15 have been added. They've also added pages to the standard issues, and they bumped up the price. So there's a lot of moving parts that are going on here, and it's it's documented in very minute detail.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's some attention to the creators that are being moved around or who's working on what books are editing, but just the overall like cancel 17 books, but also new books that we're trying to launch, trying to get some sales on, and you can kind of see a company that's just, I hate to say floundering, but
Yeah.
but seems to lack a coherent direction.
It's that thing that Bourdain talks about in that Kitchen Confidential, when entrepreneurial new people are opening restaurants and they realize like they're not getting an audience, so they start to flounder. It changes from a French cuisine restaurant to a hamburger joint, and then you're starting to do 2-for-1 deals, and just you're good money after bad kind of shit. And you're just losing. And there's a lot of politics. There's a lot of bullshit that goes on in the back end here. I think if you read that Marvel Untold Stories, there was a kind of gentleman's agreement between Marvel and DC to like increase page count and have dollar books or something. And Marvel reneged on that and just kept 35-cent books while DC did this thing, and it kind of jack them up a bit.
One thing I was surprised about reading this issue
Yeah.
is how much attention is given to distribution and production. Because this whole story of 40-page comics,
I
we've
love
got
it.
James Warren weighing in on like, it used to be you had to do 16-page signatures, but he's speculating that they are actually doing half of one signature in order to get the 8 pages to go 2 16-page signatures and then 8 more pages, and it's just weird minutia.
I love it. Like I'm so into it because like they even have to like break down like it's called a signature. Like
Yes.
this is the earliest days of that level of inside baseball, and I don't doubt James Warren is talking about that from experience.
Oh, yeah.
Because like the Spirit magazines where Richard Corbin would color like a fresh story, that would just be 8 pages on the inside. So he knows the deal. And Fantagraphics will put that to use in the future when they give Klaus like a couple color pages and stuff. It's this like, it's done at the printer where like these guys have instructions to like cut this signature in half and take this section over there and put it with those other books so that you could get with those other books so that you could get for two color section for the price of one, kind of.
Makes me wonder who's reading a magazine like this at this point also, because it's such inside comics production speak. Like Mike Gold, who I think is like a production editor or something at DC at this time, says the format change saves the company money by altering the ratio of newsprint to the more expensive cover stock, thus keeping the average price per comic down. Like they're counting pennies, at this stage. And that comes up again with distribution, because like these newsstands, as we said last issue, the newsstands would rather sell a $1 book than a 35-cent book. They make more money that way, and that's a concern for these publishers.
Yeah, but I'm totally on board. And calling it the Comics Journal, it gives the appearance of a trade magazine at the deepest level.
Yeah, listen to this. This is again Mike Gold. The industry made a big mistake by not raising prices in the 50s.
Right.
They should have raised the price instead of dropping the page count from 48 pages to 32. That's wild, like I love this. This is a different era, again, like I'm born. I'm 0 years old at this point. So they're referring to golden age, they're referring to like the 50s, and it's just all of this stuff that by the time I'm there, none of this is the conversation.
Coming up here pretty soon will be the first mention of Phil Suling, and it's in relation, like they're talking about prices and the price increase and things, and Phil Suling is they have no name for the direct market. I think they call him maybe a wholesaler or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that he works exclusively with 300 direct 300 comic shops or
Yes.
I forget the language. Like it's
Yeah, I think
if
it's
you see it,
specialty shops.
specialty
I think
shops,
is what they call them.
So that Phil Suling is Seagate Distribution. That is the first mention.
Here it is. Comics wholesaler Phil Suling, who sells to 300 retail outlets across the country each month. So
It's the first indicator of the direct market, and it's a very important piece of this conversation because when we get to Last Kingdom, Bud Plant factors in there. Phil Suling's the East Coast New York distributor. Bud Plant might not even consider himself a distributor at that point. He might consider himself just a wholesale dealer or something. But these guys are in play, and the direct market exists in its infant stages. It's so cool.
This is fun too that James Warren, of course, Warren Publications, the black and white magazines like Eerie and Creepy, Vampirilla, things like that, one of the major publishers. So he's involved too whenever they're talking about the business and what's going on with the industry. And pissed off, he says, Janet Kahn has attempted unsuccessfully to steal 2 of our people from us.
Yeah.
Fascinating, dude. Fascinating.
They talk with her in there somewhere, and she's mentioning how the old time, like when she got in the game with DC Comics, those guys wanted to do reprints a lot so that they could keep costs down. Like to them, like comics was comics, and they have this giant catalog of comics over the past, I guess, 4 decades at that point. And so why not just reprint a lot of that stuff? And she mentions that like there's a nuclear half-life to it, and so like if you keep reprinting that stuff, like you're going to get diminishing returns and more diminishing returns, and the value is in R&D. Like continue to create new stuff and see what the exciting things are.
They also talk about the 50% profit margin for retailers became the new industry standard, giving a history of like price increases and Marvel and DC kind of like playing the games you talk about, Ed.
And it's Marvel that instituted that, because DC had it at like 40. Marvel took the hit and sold way more volume, so then DC had to join the club.
That 50% profit is about where we're still at, but now, in the direct market. So it's a little bit different in that it's non-returnables, but it's interesting just to see, like, it's chronicled. If anybody's into the counting of the prices, which does play a role in the history of comics, no doubt about it, chronicled through these early comics journals.
Yeah. With the Marvel stuff, which is pretty freaking dope, and it might be even on the next page, it's the first mention of newcomer. These sections are all about creative teams and who's pivoting to
right.
where and blah, 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 blah. I think it might be the very next page where it's a newcomer, Frank Miller, doing a Doc Samson story. So this is a 1977 publication. That Doc Samson story shows up in Hulk Annual 11 in 1982.
Right. That tells the story of how inventory stories were handled, where they would have a drawer full of these kinds of stories. Some other interesting names. Right after Frank Miller, Tom DeFalco will write a 2-part Avengers illustrated by Jim Mooney. I don't know if DeFalco's a newcomer here, but I mean, goes on to be the editor-in-chief at Marvel pretty much whenever I'm start reading comics, a decade, maybe a couple years more than that later. So kind of interesting to track these names. But how about this one for a name from the Cartoonist Kayfabe Outlaw past? Alice in Wonderland, penciled by Ken Landgraf.
And that is not the case.
Right. I looked that one up. That was when I was like, ooh, I don't have that Ken Landgraf.
So
nobody does.
So is it Tony DeZuniga?
Yeah.
Has a studio, and he's got a bunch of dudes. Like Marvel goes to them in times of need. Action
Art Studios.
So, and Ken Landgraf was a part of that.
Oh, okay.
So he did not do, because I had to do the research, because I was like, how does this exist? Yeah. So there's that Hulk Wolvie story that exists, that like Landgraf inked over Perez, I think, or vice versa. That gets filtered through the whatever that studio is called. Now, the very final issue of that Marvel Classics line, of which we looked at one issue, the Moby Dick, I think, right? Like that's Alex Nino.
Yes.
The very last issue is A Christmas Carol. The artist is Diverse Hands. This was filtered through DeZuniga's studio, and the bulk of the duties is Ken Landgraf, and you could.
Interesting.
Throughout the thing, you could see Ken Landgraf. So he doesn't get a name credit, but if you got that Christmas Carol issue of Marvel Classics, which is the last issue, maybe 36, that's a Ken Landgraf comic.
Other notes from me, Close Encounters of the Third Kind will be adapted into a KISS format comic magazine. So that format is, 1, more expensive, which is attractive to newsstand dealers.
Yeah.
And 2, full color. And I don't know whether it's using like a blue line method or what that is, but it's early days of experimenting with different color and color reproduction, especially on a higher end book.
Right.
Which is going to be kind of run through a lot of the type in this issue, where it feels like comics are moving towards that graphic novel format, but maybe don't even realize that's exactly what it is or how they're thinking. But it's production. There's a lot of emphasis on production and on this pricing thing. Star Wars continues to be this gigantic seller, but they continue to struggle with deadlines. And they make a note here: it costs them $300 an hour to have World Color Press hold the presses.
That's so cool, because we know that happens, that you get charged for that. To have a dollar figure is freaking fascinating, because it's not like a newspaper where it's like, stop the presses for a minute, like we gotta like get this new article in there. It could be a day. Like, it's almost like, if you break a lease at an apartment or something, like, you're gonna be paying rent until they fill that gap. So like Marvel might have to spend thousands of dollars.
It's very true. Like, if you missed a day, you might have had that day reserved for you.
Totally.
So you're paying for the day.
Yeah, you're paying for it all. And it was so cool that's in there, because Joe Kubert beat into our heads: you miss a deadline, you are costing money to the company, and you very likely can be blackballed from the industry.
And keep in mind, we're talking about nickels and dime prices in the
35 cent
previous
comics.
article. There's a lot of nickels and dimes if you delay a book a day at $300 an hour.
And Marvel is so delayed and so late with books that they're opting to produce books that don't have the month on the cover, because they're so late.
This right here, Marvel has stopped putting cover dates on its books. Yeah. I don't remember that time period. I don't think that lasted too long.
Right. So the Marvel that we have here, we didn't say it last time, and we probably should have, but Star Wars completely gave Marvel Comics Company triage and gave it some blood. Saved the day. It might have completely gone away if it wasn't for Star Wars at that point, by all accounts. And also, so many books are late, so many things are fucked up. This is creating the situation, this is creating the catastrophe that Jim Shooter is going to inherit and fix.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so interesting to see this kind of stuff, because, again, it just feels very inside baseball, and I can't imagine that guys would talk about most of this stuff today on record. As secret as all these companies are, like, you'd have a hard time getting this kind of information out of people. Alternative comics publishers. So this is really fun to kind of see like where things are. Heavy Metal gets some coverage. Richard Corbin is mentioned several times. Weird Heroes number 8 will be 120 pages long and will feature stories by Howie Chaykin. Chaykin is listed a lot. Like, that dude is working all over the place. Pretty hot young talent. But I had to look up Weird Heroes, and it's a paperback format. So they would do a series of those, and I don't know what the interiors look like, if they were like spot illustrations and prose, or if they were comics or what. But you see them kind of playing with this stuff. Gray Morrow doing the illustrated Roger Zelazny.
Yeah.
Fascinating book. Look that one up, and it's like several short stories. Morrow is adapting all of them, but in different styles. A couple are black and white, a couple are full color. They're kind of like that magazine size. Empire, graphic novel, science fiction novel, written by Chip Delaney and illustrated by Howie Chaykin. Will be previewed in Heavy Metal. I have that Empire. I'm pretty sure I have the Empire, and it's beautiful art, but it's that thing of still trying to figure out like prototype adult comics, where the format is typeset,
right?
But then like these great color painted illustrations, in a series of them on a page. So it's just really interesting to see like where alternative comic publishers are in 1977.
Totally, and somewhere in here, like Star Reach is still going on.
Yes.
Somewhere in here is mention finally of Eclipse Books, like
yes.
with Saber.
Yeah. Also appearing, and this is a Heavy Metal note, appearing in that book will be extracts from Saber, the McGregor graphic novel published by Eclipse Enterprises.
So that's another first for us in TCJ land.
Gasm is listed here as a name of a new Heavy Metal type magazine.
Name some of the characters who are drawn in there.
Mark Wheatley, Ben Catcher.
Yes.
James O'Barr is also in Gasm.
Yeah.
Ben Catcher is noteworthy for anybody at home that's unfamiliar. I used to read him in an architecture magazine. He had the last page in Metropole magazine in full color, but it's sort of watercolor and washes and ink lines in a very like urban style. So it would be about cities, histories, culture of cities, and the people that occupy these cities. It's so weird to think of him as a Gasm or Heavy Metal type artist.
Totally, and he's doing sci-fi type stuff. And then Byron Price is worth noting because he's in the early forefront of graphic novel publishing and stuff.
He's connected to that Weird Heroes #8, and we'll probably see his name as we continue going through these graphic novels. Fascinating time, and it's cool to see artists who I would call mainstream or big name artists that are trying these different formats, because
Sure.
Gil Kane's going to talk about it later this issue.
Yeah.
But it was a conversation that some of these pros were having, clearly.
Yeah.
This is kind of fun just to see the Comic Art Fan Awards and kind of how they break down some of the categories. Fan favorite artists, so they separate kind of professionals from the fan artists.
Yeah.
To talk about how much fan press is happening. Undergrounds are represented. Just very interesting all around that this exists. Hopefully we'll see results of that. Maybe that'll
Right.
be reported on in a future issue. I always like to see what was held up at the time, what was successful at the time. So here's your Blood and Thunder, a very famous column in Comics Journal, which are just the letters from the readers. Often pros will end up writing into Blood and Thunder to rebut content of previous Comics Journal's issues.
Yeah. Nothing much stuck out for me on this run.
Comics reviews, I don't have too much to say. Steel #1 and Firestorm #1.
These are some of the new DC books.
Yeah.
And think about that era. You got stuff like Claw. You got that Richard Dragon, Kung Fu Fighter, Karate Kid. All these comics that when you're digging in old DC comics and you're like, this was a comic? This is your explosion, implosion era stuff.
And this is also, to me, where comics were, that Comics Journal's trying to write about good comics, and it's they're stuck with
There's
Firestorm
nothing.
and Steel because of what is not out there.
So they really hotshot the front end with Comics Talk, and there's so little happening in comics that they can talk about it all in a couple of pages, and then they're going to fill the rest of this magazine up with movie reviews, cartoon reviews. This Women's Lib in DC Comics by Marilyn Jo Bethke, I can't say 100% sure, but that's a kayfabe name, and this article was written by a dude. It is what one would call these days an incel kind of rhetoric about how corny it is to do. They have a name for the social justice type energy that's being put in the comic, and how ham-fisted it is. But this is Gary or Kim or somebody writing in a female name. Some dude wrote this, and they're trying to sell it better by having it as a chick name.
It's interesting whenever they talk about art in these in these reviews, because you can tell that's a conversation that's not it hasn't developed,
Right.
The language around that. But it talks about Joe Staton and Joe Orlando apparent inability to work well together, and they hit it a couple times. It's in the intro paragraph, and then it comes back again whenever they get closer into the artwork, and those two apparently just did not, at least according to this reviewer, fit too well.
Looking at some of the ads,
This is great. Monkey's Retreat.
Yeah.
I bought books from them at CXC in Columbus last.
I feel like you got your copy of Ralph there.
I did. Yeah, I did. An amazing retailer. I don't think he has a retail space anymore, but I think he has storage of all these books.
Yeah.
Chris Pitzer bought a Rank Xerox with a drawing by Liberatory in it, a Catalan edition, which he kind of stole right out from under me, Chris. So I still have that on your record. But an interesting retailer, and still kind of active in some ways, and at some point had a store in Manhattan.
Right.
So
yeah, that's right.
kind of cool to see this stuff. But then you see Well News Service wholesale distributor. You're starting to see these other distributors popping up.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It would be Chuck Rosansky who really pushed against the Phil Suling monopoly and created a situation where it was possible.
Well, you mentioned Bud Plant too, and I think at this point Bud Plant is doing a lot of wholesale for the West Coast.
Totally. Noteworthy stuff in here, though, man. American Splendor #2.
Yes.
So it's the first mention of that.
Crumb and Picar.
Yeah. Eric Kahn, we talked
A
about
plus. Man, I have a lot of this. Ariba Koala.
that. Yeah, totally. Kurtzman Comics, that's Kitchen Sink joint. Dr. Atomic, Larry Todd.
Yeah, you see some Crumb mixed in, Mr. Natural. So you've got those Undergrounds and Head Shop Comics are part of this.
And we're up to Zap #9. They put out maybe one issue a year, a couple issues a year. So we're up to Zap #9 as far as Monkey's Retreat's stock goes.
Man, posters, T-shirts. You're just trying to run this business. Fanzines with a gigantic representation.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's really cool going through these kinds of lists and just seeing like what fits those retail outlets. You know, what are the books that are relevant? A lot of Star Wars represented, a lot of film kind of stuff, cult stuff,
Yeah.
and still a lot of underground comics. You know, they really seem to go from the head shop to these retail outlets. I bet you a lot of head shops made that pivot. You know, where it was like we're either, you know, pot dealers or what I don't, you know, supporters or what. Yeah, but as that started to get pinched, I think some of those went. You know what? I like the comics. I guess
Monkeys Retreat comics do smell like patchouli.
that is true. A grouse at Close Encounters, so we get another movie review on a big sci-fi movie here.
Yeah, by Denny O'Neil, and like one of the other firsts for this issue is the word ennui is a word that I see in Comics Journal very often, and it's one that I looked up a lot, and Denny O'Neil makes sure to use the word ennui.
Very critical of this movie.
Yeah, but not comics, and we might, you know, and with the exception of a couple of things, the bulk of the comics talk might be done with this comic.
Hey, you know what's funny? This Outer Limits, I'm not sure if this is the one, but there's an Outer Limits review later in this issue, and
Right.
I wonder if it's usually you want to run the ad next to the positive review, but
How
not
cool-
so much.
how
This
cool
was
is
great.
this?
Yeah, I like this a lot. I will confess I've never read an Asterix
No.
comic. I've looked through a couple. I know it's huge, but I haven't read it. And to me, this is one of those things that's a great feature in Comics Journal showing up here because it's like, hey, let me educate you on a very popular comic in France.
It applies to us right this minute. You don't know it, I don't know it. This
True.
huge drop in the science. The creators are dead at
Yes.
this point, so it's not like there's more Asterix being done, or if there is, it's not the OG.
It's really interesting too. Like the guy goes through great detail, the background of the story, the setting. It's very French, the setting background in a lot of ways, which does make me wonder what reading it would be like. But talks about the creators. Like this is the profile. If you wanted to cover a new work or introduce a new work to a new audience, this is a really well done profile. Like they come at it from a lot of different angles, both creative and story wise, and where to start.
Yeah, he gets into reading orders, the pros and cons of the various albums. The idea of the album is mentioned. You know, we're going to get into some European talk for sure.
Yeah,
in
how
this-
to read Asterix. Love that.
Yeah, in this volume, but it is interesting that there is just no conversation about Japanese comics at all.
Yeah.
in this,
It'd be
in this
very
piece.
curious to chart, continue to monitor that as it comes along because there was some European coverage last issue too.
Yeah.
So good on the Comics Journal for bringing that in. And when do they start looking at incorporating some Japanese comics in here as well? Because they're floating around at some of these bookstores in the cities, right? We hear
It's
about
true.
certain creators who are finding it in this time period and going into the early 80s. So I'm sure it'll find its way in here. But nice article. I feel like that's a piece that Groth, I assume, is looking at these issues as they come together and being like, yeah, we'll do more of this. This
Sure.
is a quality comics conversation.
The guy went above and beyond. Like in the introduction, they say that they did not expect such a tome to be delivered to the TCJ offices.
Don Rosa contributing a piece of artwork here that I think looks really nice. And that's your writer died, I think, when this article was being put together.
Right, and Don Rosa will be a very early Fantagraphics comic creator with Don Rosa's Comics and Stories. It looks so beautiful, like all the lines are there in the same way that like the great animators know how to do with the weight and all
Yeah,
that.
definitely. Yeah, great cartooning, and that's what some of the details they get into talking about the virtue of that strip and its evolution. Like when they give reading orders, they talk about style,
Yeah.
the way the style evolves. And,
Because he's been doing it since like the 50s.
Right.
So it's doing it for 20 years. Of course, there's going to be style changes. The guy went from pen to brush, yada yada.
Bud was being a guy who's supplying a lot of material to the West Coast retail outlets, so you get to see one of his ads here. And noteworthy here, this is your First Kingdom art from
Yes.
Jack Katz. There's going to be an article later on in this. 6 issues available at this point.
Really goes to show you that like Bud Plant, Phil Suling were really the big proponents of independent comics of that super early day. Like there are the reports that Wendy Richard Pini, they got orders for into the thousands from Bud Plant and from Phil Suling, and
Yeah.
and that really set them up.
This is fun to see, like what is being popularly sold. So
Right.
Bern Hogarth, somebody you could track down if you're looking at some history of comic strips and some high points in comics art. There'll be an article about Bern Hogarth later. Not as flattering, that article, but nevertheless, like you see like who the players are. And I don't know if it's just serendipitous that you get ads for some of the features, or if those two things are more closely related.
Right.
And Camelot, a dealer, possibly a distributor out of the Texas area. I feel like all of these retailers are sort of distributors.
Sure.
You know, I'm sure they're offering mail order if you want to come at it.
Sure.
All right, so here's our big centerpiece interview with Gil Kane. And what a doozy this thing is.
Absolutely, man. He would be working on Starhawks around this point. That's like a lot of the art that we're seeing here.
And it's noteworthy for me, he starts working at the age of 15 in 1941. I don't think I realized he was in the game that early on, but they list like the publishers that he worked with: MLJ, Street and Smith, Prize, Marvel Quality, Holyoke, Aviation Press, National DC, Hillman, Eastern, Color, Fawcett, King, Dell, Tower, Fox, Avon.
All of them.
Imagine the golden age of comics where you have this many viable professional publishers
Right.
working. He had done His Name is Savage at this point. I think pretty recently that was published. Well,
Early 70s, because Blackmark comes second.
yeah, and that's 1971 Blackmark. We looked at His Name is Savage. I don't think we've looked at Blackmark yet, but I would point everybody at the His Name is Savage video. I think that's a really cool comic, and if you haven't seen it, pretty interesting to kind of see a guy who's pushing against the boundaries of comics at this point. And
Totally.
they will cover that as we head through here.
He is he's a sad read for me a lot, because he is a very erudite, smart fella. I don't think he ever went to any college. He's an autodidact, and there's pros and cons to that. You learn a whole lot about the things you want to learn about, but maybe it's good to have some more structure in your education. And so he's a smart fella, but he has such limitations, and he's smart enough to know that he's limited, and he can't push through the glass ceiling for himself. You know, he's got his hat that he draws. He's got his suit that he draws.
Yeah, he's very self-critical throughout this, well, at times in this interview, and one of them is that he thinks he just draws too fast, which is a component of doing this since you're 15 in an industry where you got to draw fast or you starve.
That's what Chaykin said. Like, Chaykin said that he did everything. Chaykin did everything he could to show Gil Kane how to use reference and not make it look static and stuff. But like, Gil Kane just could not resist like doing what he did. You know.
I wanted to point this out. They talk about the very out of the gate. How did Savage fail? And Kane says the magazine failed because only 10% of all the magazines that were printed reached the distributor. So there's a lot of corruption in distribution. We're going to hear about how DC has the best distribution method. You know, like that was connected to DC from the very beginning.
Because they ran it.
Yes, exactly. But distribution sunk a lot of people. Like when we talked to Jim Steranko about how Supergraphics made it while Wally Wood and Gil Kane did not, that was one of the things.
Yeah,
like
totally.
you just couldn't navigate that distribution, and you can't overcome that. He said if we had sold 100% of the books that made it to the distributor, we still would have gone out of business. Like
Totally.
you lost before the book even hit the stands.
And there's a piece that doesn't get addressed when Gary asks him explicitly, well, what happened to those other books? Gil Kane was about to like say something, and then he just went off in a different track. So that's an unfortunate thing. I would like to have known where those things have gone. And Gary Groth doing this interview, he is like the executor to Gil Kane's estate now, or you
Yes.
know, whatever you call that, like power of attorney, whatever that is.
Yeah, he talks about that openly in our shoot interview with Gary Groth. So no secrets there.
Yeah,
but
no.
Go
Yeah,
check it out if you're interested.
So all the the Savage stuff that Fanta did, like the fresh Gil Kane stuff that you see, you know, like Gary is able to make that happen, and it's based on a friendship. So like that's an interesting piece of this interview, is like where are they at in their correspondence? Because like I detect such a respect
Yes.
for one another, and I think Gary knows to know how to get him talking.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great interview. I hate to linger too much on the first two pages, but the next question after the Savage distribution thing is, he says that Martin Goodman, who had been Marvel's publisher, sells Marvel and then starts up another publishing company, Atlas, which we know, you know, they published, I don't know,
Great talent.
4 or 5 issues of a bunch of different series. You've probably seen them, Color superhero comics and Barbarian stuff. He says that same deal, like they could not succeed because of distribution. and says that he understands that Martin lost $1.5 million, but it's just too difficult if you don't have the magazine distribution on your side. You cannot succeed.
Yeah, and it's so noteworthy to mention Martin Goodman because it goes to show you, like, he made it work with this one company, but he couldn't, like, catch lightning in the bottle 2 times. Always such a provocative sequence from Savage.
Yeah.
Make sure you check that video out that we did.
Absolutely. And now we get into, like, DC, who has the best distribution, but that's not enough. They're still not the largest selling company because their comics aren't any good.
Right, yeah, and he's very, very critical about that stuff. No consequence in those things. They're the same, they're the same comic every time you read it. At a certain point, he's going to talk about...
He does editorial point of view here and compares Marvel and DC and how, like, the editorial point of view is important for a company like this that's just doing assembly line, and that DC's is just lousy.
Right.
Like uses the word lousy. Pretty telling. I mean, that's a story that started in the last Comics Journal with Jenna Kahn talking about getting some new editors in there, some new blood. But Gil Kane just piles on and on about how these companies are set up that they can copy something successful, but they're not going to innovate something new.
Right. And you get the sense that both parties are frustrated about comics. They love the medium. They see the possibilities of it doing other things and going elsewhere, but it's not going to happen at those big publishers. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. Groth asks him about, like, the stuff Janet Kahn's doing, like royalties on reprints, returning art, improving relations between management and creative. And Kane says that's all important, but it's not going to adjust a failing company to a successful company, like hiring labor force away from Marvel. Instead of hiring carpenters, they have to hire architects.
Right. It's jobbers, man.
Carpenter is literally the word that Arne Anderson uses for jobber.
Right.
You know, like literally that's what he's saying here is, like, you can have the people that are just kind of putting the round pegs in the round holes, or you can have this creative class. And if you don't have the creative class, you're not going to turn that around.
Right.
Amazing to hear a guy who's working for DC probably at times saying this stuff. Talks about popular taste. I enjoyed these ideas. Kind of goes through and talks about how, like, comics are basically for kids and they shouldn't be limited to that. You know, if you compare it to something like film or literature or any of this stuff, you know, they're magazines for adults, perverts, kids, anything. But comics aren't like that at this time period, and he thinks that's a real failing on the part of comics. You know, they could be done intelligently. Can't argue with that.
And he tried, man. The guy tried, but he knows it's that old conversation that we have, man, about these people who push the medium a little bit, but they don't have the facility, they don't have the vocabulary, the language to be able to do that. So he sees it, he knows it on a conceptual and intellectual basis, but he has superhero chops. He has pulp chops, and there's nothing he can do about that. So, you know, he gets the door open a little bit, pushes it a little bit, and then it's up to, say, you know, the Frank Millers and the Walt Simonsons who come next to open it up a little bit further and push things a little bit further. It's evolution, and it requires a mutation.
This is really great too. Groth asks Kane about the fan press, and I find that to be really interesting whenever you consider, like, you mentioned Frank Miller coming up, right? He came out of fan press.
Yeah.
You know, he was doing that stuff.
Atlas.
And Kane mentions how, like, it is they manifest in gigantic creativity. He kind of says, like, this is the most creative comics being done at this point, which is so interesting when you think of how much talent comes out of that fan press.
Right.
And the changes that do end up happening in comics, a lot of it is from those people. So pretty interesting and astute on Gil Kane's part. I agree with so much of what he says here. It's so interesting to see him making these kinds of, I don't know, observations, being conscious of what all's going on in sort of the business industry side of this of comics at this time. Talks about fan conventions a little bit and how, you know, that's a different deal. That's fandom, you know, and not necessarily in making stuff, but just in, like, fans and, you know, a bunch of 11, 12-year-olds. It's not really the thing that's shaping the industry, so to speak. Does say that he thinks they're aging up.
It gets exciting to me when we start to get into, like, the Mobius conversation. Probably in the New Directions section of this conversation. But what they talk about is that he's like the most exciting new guy. Ask Gary. You ever see Blueberry? Gary has seen Blueberry, so he and they make the distinction like Jean Giraud is Blueberry, but at night, he moonlights and does this Mobius stuff that's wild. And Gary, it's so cool because like Gary's expressing that like it's sad that he can't read that stuff, which inevitably gets its English printings, English translations. But they both agree that like it's probably a good thing because it probably reads as trash, and Kane mentions like the fault of comics really is in the writing, and that's something that I've said for a long time. And certainly of these old eras, the art there is a like you could look at a piece of artwork and say that is professionally viable. Like the eyes are where they should be, and everything looks like it's in the picture plane correctly, yada yada. But the writing part is often the part that's lacking the most. Like I just look at those, and they explicitly mention those Green Arrow, Green Lantern, Green Arrow comics, and how it's Neil Adams who's carrying the whole show, and you read it, and it's utter garbage. Like that was what Marty Pasco was talking about in the previous issue, and it got me thinking. Like I actually never read, I haven't read these interviews before, and I'm on the record of when we look through all those issues as saying that, and that's me forming my own opinion because I've never seen it, and whenever those comics were mentioned in like Wizards and things, they talked about how groundbreaking they were and said all this positive stuff. So like when I was a kid and I got hold of like reprints of those things, I'm like, these are the comics? Like
right.
It's just like an average fucking DC comic that has a little bit of what's going on now in terms of the writing, and the art looks good. So it's like all out of context. You'll never hear me complain about the art, but that writing is just over the top kid shit.
They hit it really hard again and again about the lack of good writing. Here's a quote from Kane. If a writer were the equal of Giraud, he'd unquestionably be successful as a writer on his own. What the hell would he want to come into comics for?
Yeah.
That's really interesting. But he says, it's only the artist who might be able to rise to the level of his own art as a writer and make the perfect symbiosis like Harvey Kurtzman. Kurtzman comes up several times in glowing praise, even in detail talking about some of his war comics and just the humanity that's in them,
right.
How sometimes there's not even conflict or fighting. It's really interesting that he does have examples of like this is a good version.
EC,
this is something that pushed the envelope in a positive way.
Yeah, and he holds EC in very high regard. So Kurtzman comes up specifically a lot, but then he talks about how those guys at EC, like they did the best work of their career at EC.
Yeah.
And because of the circumstance and the environment that was created.
He uses jazz as an analogy and how important it is to have like language form around an art form in order for that art form to kind of develop. It allows people to discuss it, and that's important for moving it forward, and says at this point there just isn't critical dialogue around comics, and that would be valuable. A lot of stuff laid out in this interview that really points towards the future of the Comics Journal.
Yeah.
Talking about Starhawks, which is a strip that he's doing at this time with Ron Goulet.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but I know he's written some histories that I have of comics. So definitely a comics guy there. And talks about the evolution of Starhawks, and that stuff's pretty fun, but it's still a tight deadline. It's still something he struggles with deadline-wise, that this stuff has to be turned around, and he's building a whole world. So it is really kind of a fast, not a lot of time to develop this stuff.
Everybody who talks about Gil Kane talks about him being in tremendous debt. He trying to live the high life. I think he lived in that Connecticut town where like the Stan Drakes and Ernie Bushmillers and all those guys lived. And these are millionaires, people who have licensed comics, that licensed properties, that have cartoons and plushies and all that stuff. And Gil Kane is just a comic book guy, basically. Like the strip has, the newspaper strip has all the gravitas, but he's just a comic book guy trying to like keep up with the Joneses, and he's also hiring people to help. So like that's money, and Chaykin talks about him just being tremendously behind the eight ball. Probably doesn't doubt that Gil Kane died in tremendous debt. I think the reason why I talked about this with Gary at CXC. I asked him, "Why'd you guys go to LA?" And he's like, "Well, my friend Gil Kane went out there, got animation work, and like he went out to like kind of help just him out in some form or fashion." But yeah, just always behind the eight ball, always trying to make another dollar. Maybe a failed marriage or two that siphoned some of that loot out of his pocket.
Man, he's so critical of the way comics work. This is a great quote. What happened with DC is that they ran out of successful things to duplicate. They didn't have anything to imitate. That's hilarious. Yeah, he's man, at this point it feels like he may be working outside of comics and just letting it rip. And wonder if he regrets some of that stuff whenever he gets back to it. Because the Starhawks doesn't last, the Black Mark doesn't hit. Kane Savage we already talked about. So at some point, like whenever I'm reading comics, he's doing Marvel DC stuff again.
Totally. Has reference for Brown Hogarth, and that tracks with what Chaykin talks about. Starting to do that flayed figure and splayed anatomy, and then that like Play-Doh kind of musculature and stuff.
Barry Smith at this point, and Bernie Wrightson both come up, and it's kind of the idea that like they'll spend more time on one image than like you might draw an entire comic. They might spend a week on an image,
right?
And that might be the time it takes to draw a comic at this point.
Yes, and another part of that conversation really is how these guys, like comics can't afford them, and they're doing outside stuff. And Barry Smith and Wrightson, they're coming into comics for like a year, 2, 3, but then they're going off doing like other things.
Yeah, it recognizes that is pushing reproduction as well, which is something that a lot of people that are looking for higher quality comics are looking towards as a solution to those higher quality comics.
Right.
Interesting where everybody's head is as far as that goes. Talk about Kirby comes up a little bit. It's just interesting to get a survey from somebody who doesn't seem to be afraid to talk. And that's what you're getting out of this interview. It's pretty good for, a lot of familiar names. So if you think like we're going to look at 70s comics history and maybe be lost, not in this interview.
No.
A lot of the big names are covered here. This is where he talks about EC Comics and how those guys, they kind of weren't known, at least not the way they would become known before EC. And EC was just the perfect environment to like take these guys' talents and exploit them.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in the cheap way, but in the sense that like some of EC's success was based on, hey, everybody, look at these great artists we have. We're better than everybody else. And that was one of the things that EC really built their reputation on, and it pushed those guys. That meant that they were kind of aware of that, and they were trying to do better than each other, which is, we've talked about competitive environment.
Iron sharpens iron, baby.
Exactly. Compares Marvel and DC's administrative sides and how Marvel's kind of a mess, which we mentioned earlier with late books and the trains not running on time, and DC's much better at it, but what's it get them? Mentions Neil Adams is combining like Jack Kirby and Stan Drake, style-wise, to make a Neil Adams.
Which is exactly...
fantastic, yeah.
I've always said that, man. Not exactly Stan Drake, but just that daily strip artograph projector fucking comics.
And what Kane is saying there is that we need creators to come in with influences outside of comics.
Yeah.
Not just fanboys, but look at some different styles to bring in, and not very many people do it.
And he's really pointing out his deficiencies, because he knows that that's his shortcoming. That he comes from pulp, and we need artists to, be furher developed.
Yeah, somewhat critical of Frazetta a couple of times.
Sure. Because it's the same deal. He's pulling from Hal Foster, he's pulling from Raymond, so he's a mix of those guys. And when you look at one of his paintings, it's not this is Da Vinci. He's like it's cartooning. We've said it on our videos, like looking at the Frazetta paintings and stuff, like the amount of cartooning that's done in there. We're still recording.
The film conversation here is interesting because he's critical of American films because they are not real people.
Right.
and says that the European stuff much more real people. But at this point, because of the success of movies like Jaws, what you get are Star Wars and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and actors that look pretty but don't look like real people. And kind of interesting to see that take. I feel like that's a conversation people continue with. Groth offers One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest as an example that goes, maybe against that and is more real people. And Kane's like, yeah, but it took them years to get that picture done. Really, it's the exception that proves the rule.
Right. Yeah, I sort of dashed off the rest of this stuff because, like, I care more about comics than, his thoughts on, like, what the great plays are. And a lot of the stuff that Groth is mentioning, Gil Kane is shooting down. And that's also tracks with, like, Howard Chaykin conversation, where he would get caught in these conversations with Gil Kane when Kane would be like, hey, kid, so what are you reading these days?
Right.
And then Chaykin would, like, accidentally mention something that
Right.
he, like, really holds in high esteem. And then Gil Kane will just, like, tear it to shit.
We all know people like that.
Yeah.
I've had friends like that, and at some point it's like, I just shut down. Why would I say anything I like in front of you?
Right.
He does defend Orson Welles. Kane does. Whenever Groth kind of says that Citizen Kane is, good, and then the rest is less distinguished, and they go through film by film, Kane being like, this is good, this is good.
So
and I love that. I'm an Orson Welles fan.
It's just the flip, though, because
Right.
if Groth would have said the opposite,
Yes.
then Gil Kane would have said Citizen Kane was the only good comic.
How about this
I mean, good
ad?
movie.
Collector Showcase, original art auction catalogs.
Amazing.
These are guys recreating in paintings their famous Golden Age covers.
And
Alex Schomburg starting it off, but I wonder what these things look like. Like the first catalog's
seen them.
$2. Are they full color reproductions?
Oh, you're talking about the catalog.
The catalogs,
I
yeah,
see.
because it'd be amazing to see these guys, C.C. Beck, Craig Fleisel, like there are these Mike Sikowski, guys, Bill Ward, guys we know. It'd be really cool to see what they were doing. And
I've seen the
I think
Schomburgs.
like Carl Barks ends up with a second half of his career doing paintings of like his duck artwork.
It's going to be interesting because that's going to start to happen.
Yeah, and there's some trouble comes out of that, of course. But I feel like this was a thing that I don't know if it's a thing now, but this was a thing of like these artists recreating their works, and kind of cool.
There's a modern day version. I've seen Art Adams revisit his X-Men classic X-Men 1 cover a lot and stuff.
I love that they're doing it in paint though. It adds a
Totally.
different layer. Would like to see him just because that seems like a novelty to me. So Hogarth and Crimmers, a Harvard Journal of Pictorial Fiction. We already see the disdain for comics showing up, like with the graphic novel, with all these different words for comics. Here it is in 1977. We're already doing pictorial fiction.
Right? Yes. And
Come on.
And it's
If you don't want to write about comics, don't do it.
So like we often will laugh and joke about what I call whackademics. And this is a great example.
It is.
And it persists to this day where, like, we've been at conventions. We were on panels. I remember we were on panels with Seth. And Seth was being very, very self-effacing in that very Seth way, talking about Wimbledon Green and those, like, sketchbook comics. Oh, I just dashed that out. It was in my sketchbook. I wasn't thinking anything of it. And we know, like, a professor who runs courses with young, impressionable minds parroting what Seth said from that piece to the students, but you and I know that there is so much labor done on those comics. This is a civilian who's from the outside, just taking everything as gospel and espousing that to the students. That's what I mean by whackademic. It's like not forming your own opinion and not having enough stake in the game to understand when a guy's being a character and being self-effacing as he is.
Right.
All you got to do is read 2 Seth interviews, and then you know what his character is and how he's from that generation where they diss themselves. So this is a Harvard publication extolling the virtues of Bern Hogarth, and this is the 1977 version of Cartoonist Kayfabe saying you fucking whackademics are corny as hell, and I will give you a point-by-point basis, because if you're saying that Bern Hogarth is great pictorial fiction and you're gonna hang your hat on the anatomy.
Yeah, it's I mean, look, at this point he says 20 pages of gibberish, he calls that anatomy bit. It's kind of funny to see it. It's interesting to see, like, this is another, in a weird way, another version of the Comics Journal, the early attempts to, like, let's try to talk about this stuff in a somewhat critical language that hasn't developed yet, and this guy's like, you're just all of these points are off.
Ignorant.
Like, it's a terrible example of what you're trying to say. This is not the artist or the examples that prove your point.
Completely ignorant. Talking about how Kirby has a better understanding of the human body than Bernard Hogarth does, even though he like abstracts it, and you know, like the Harvard kids are like dissing Kirby, but Kirby just has more sound idea of like how things work. The Bernard Hogarth clones, like with Dynamic Anatomy and those other books that Hogarth did, kind of wrecked a generation of artists. Name checks Gil Kane as being the only person to come from the Bernard Hogarth school that was able to kind of make it work.
Yeah.
And if we'll look at those Bernard Hogarth books at some point, man. If those are your Bible for figure drawing, you're 100% fucked. Because there are like so many made up muscles and shit, and the foreshortening is off. That's talked about.
Yeah,
here.
it is. It's like you say, it's basically point by point going through this journal and just really taking this guy to task.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when you see something like that, you can't not respond with venom. You know, because I've been there a million times.
This is filler, I think. Growing up
Totally.
weird. I don't know Mel Gilden,
So I
if
looked
he's
it up.
accomplished author, maybe this makes sense. But this is like his recollection of being a fan of science fiction and also the value of reading literature outside of that genre.
Yeah, I had to put his name into the Google machine, man, because in the first like paragraphs, he's like, I'm not as famous as I want to be, which to me is the
Nor as
wackest-
rich.
Yeah, is the wackest thing to aspire to fame is trash to me, nor as rich. So I'm like, let me see if this guy is anything, or if he's just that kind of fanboy. That
Does
like,
he have
believes in
anything?
his
I didn't
own-
look him up.
Lots, and a big body of work are novelizations of scripts from Beverly Hills 90210.
You gotta be kidding me.
Like maybe 10 of them.
Wow.
Books.
I can't even believe there's a market for that. That's
It was in the 90s.
astounding.
It was in the 90s.
Yeah, I
but,
guess.
But he does what's called speculative fiction at this point. So he has his own novels. The latest one coming out in about 2018, I believe. So he has a career.
Interesting.
But I would bet you if he revisited this article, he would be embarrassed.
It's an embarrassing article.
Yeah.
Like I think Gary Groth, if he were being honest, would probably be like, yeah, not the best piece in this
Yeah,
issue.
I think he's a kid getting his first couple years, you know, his first 10,000 hours experience.
It's so funny because in some ways, like I'm interested in that, like the journeyman writer, like a guy who makes a career writing without necessarily having that hit.
Yeah.
But at this stage, like it sounds like somebody you bump into at a comic convention who
Right.
has these big dreams and
Right.
plans, but
He's
a little bit more BS than resume at that point.
He's written for television and stuff like Masters of the Universe, like 80s cartoons and things. Just real quick, man. There's this one story like at the Kubert School. There's this dude who I would always give him a chance again. He would always annoy the fuck out of me. But like the next time I would see him, I would always give him a chance and the benefit of the doubt and try to treat him cool and shit. But he would always say something to the levels of douchey that I've never seen in my entire life. And the most famous one, because a lot of people were there in that room, and there might be comments. Don't mention his name. Don't be nice about it. But the dude basically said something about the conversation that the kids were having, where some like, oh, there's never been that great of a Spider-Man story, and he's like, oh no, that's not true. There totally was. And they're like, yeah, well, what is it? He's like, well, I wrote it. He said, man, he was being so serious. The kid did not last the year.
Oh man,
The
that's
kid did
tough.
not last the year.
All right, so The Kingdom and the Power of Jack Katz.
Yes.
This is Jack Katz's first Kingdom being reviewed. There's about 6 issues out. This was being published by Comics and Comics, which was a store that Bud Plant, Bob Bierbaum, there's a third guy around that was part of that, and I can't remember who the third guy is. Bill Sherman, by the way, writes intros to latter issues of this
Yeah.
series. But this is an amazing early, it's not self-published, but it's close to self-published attempt at a graphic novel and an epic one. From the beginning, Jack Katz basically lays out plans to do 24 of these semi-annual issues that are magazine size, 32 pages, dense, black and white. You see a little sample of the art here. It's one of those fascinating things that you would see, maybe in the early days of the direct market. I would see them now and then and be kind of like, what is that? Eventually I had to track them down because they're such fascinating objects. But it's an amazing, amazing book in so many ways. when the direct market ads started to show up, it would be ElfQuest, Cerebus, and First Kingdom would be the 3 books that I would see in a very common early distributor ad. So
and let's say that he made good on his promise.
Yes, he did.
He completed it.
12
Clockwork.
years. 12 years was his plan from the get-go, and that's when it finished. So an amazing accomplishment to the point that we're gonna do a video about this.
Yeah.
So tune into possibly tomorrow's video.
Yeah,
but
sure.
we're gonna cover this after we do this issue, because I think this is a really noteworthy comic, and it's cool that it's covered here. It's kind of a good lead-in for us.
And might I say, this article sells me on it, because all of the trepidation that this Bill Sherman guy had when he opens up his First Kingdoms, I have just a few issues. All of his trepidations are my trepidations of just like, it's so dense to look at, and it's fun to look at. It's overwhelming. The typography is a turnoff. It's not really he's got a plan and all that stuff, but it's stilted dialogue, it's stilted captioning, certainly pulling from the Hal Foster's
a huge
motif
influence.
for sure. But this guy says, like, I have all these reservations, but stick with it, because it's really like you're gonna get sucked in. So I'm gonna load this up on the iPad and fucking give it a good shot.
Yeah, so Bud Plant, one of the big distributors, and also basically the publisher.
Yeah.
Throughout the run of the series too, as comics break away from First Kingdom and or break away from Bud Plant continues to publish this book through, I think, its entire run, I believe. So an amazing early direct market, self-published, or at least creator-owned book, and really pushing the boundaries of what comics are. You think about that Gil Kane interview, and then a book like First Kingdom shows up. Right. And it's so ambitious, and it's so different than anything else that you're seeing in American comics and maybe global comics. Kudos to him. So we'll have a bigger video on this coming very soon, possibly tomorrow. And again, this is a full-page splash, which in some ways offsets that density you talk about, Ed. But boy, he's not cutting corners when it comes to the amount of ink that he's putting down on each page.
Not at all, man. And clearly a fetishist of the figure.
Definitely.
I was looking at this image, and I was like, when we do the video on First Kingdom, do we put it in the Outlaw Comic playlist?
It would fit pretty comfortably there. This is a sci-fi fantasy story, and
Right.
and it tells basically humanity's rise from a post-Holocaust kind of collapse into like a sci-fi future. The word epic, it's probably misused a lot, not when it comes to First Kingdom. So we'll get a little bit further down that rabbit hole.
They mention graphic novel, and there are collections that are going to be coming. The first 6-issue collection is coming, and that's 6 times 32. That's the page count.
Yep.
That's a big fat dense read. I think that Titan Books might have been one of the recent collectors, and there's a 6-volume complete
Yeah, there is.
First Kingdom.
Yeah, he mentions that. The book publication of the first 6 volumes scheduled for spring 1978. That's amazing, again, when you think about what this is. It's the very front edge of that idea of making graphic novels, making much more mature work for a more mature audience. And even a book collection, that's not your dime or 20 cents that the kids skipping lunch and buying at the newsstand. That's going to be a price point that requires an adult to pull out their wallet.
Yeah, it's Pocket Books, which is a real, that's a real publisher, man.
Marvel has Spider-Man and the Hulk have now been on television, and Kim Thompson's going to fill us in on it.
Yes.
Pretty critical of the Spider-Man show or movie. I guess it's a 2 hours or 90-minute feature. Not as successful as the Hulk piece, comparing these two. But I think the bigger story is just Marvel now making headway into multimedia, into Hollywood, into a broader audience. And I think that shows. Like when I did my Hulk Grand Design, I tracked all the sales for the history of the Hulk first 30 years.
Yeah.
You see it spike around here, the late 70s. Once the TV show comes, they sell more Hulks.
We reviewed the Stan Lee documentary, and then we had a little piece of our conversation talking about Stan Lee going to Hollywood. What we failed to say in that conversation was how fucked up the deals were that Stan Lee made with these characters, and Jim Shooter goes into it. It's like $50 deals and things like that. Got these licenses tied up for a very, very long time.
I don't
And
know the
that's-
history of that Spider-Man license, but I mean, it's still a weird thing with Sony owning rights to that or whatever, and I wonder if that goes all the way back to this deal.
Totally. And they're expecting that Superman movie to be dope. And I think Time Warner already has DC. Or just Warner at this point has DC. So there's that corporate synergy. And Marvel does not have that. But at the end, there's talks of maybe Marvel buying a animation studio. That's a ways off. They do that because that's the cartoons that you would get with the Spider-Man that like comes down at the end of cartoons in like 1980 or whatever. They're talking about a Human Torch show that's on the horizon.
Which seems impossible. Like, if
Totally,
you're going to do
especially
like the
then.
next thing.
Like that's tempting fate. You know what I'm saying? It's tempting fate too much. The Captain America show, which does happen. And it's so interesting, these Spider-Man things, because they say the first one's a 2-hour movie. So with commercials, is that a 3-hour block of time? Because they talk about these 90-minute episodes, and he says this is TV. So like, is that 2 hours? So like the 90-minute ones are 2 hours, and then the 2-hour thing is a 3-hour block of television.
That's a good question. I don't know about that.
And it's weird. I guess I didn't realize that those things were so old because just growing up in the 80s, they would dust those programs off. Now Hulk was in syndication. Like you could watch it almost any time. But on special occasions, they would bust out the Spider-Man, and it would be like maybe on Easter or Memorial Day or something. They would bust out the Spider-Mans, and I was kind of a fan of that because like the only other place you would see Spider-Man would be like the Macy's Day Parade. You know, got to get up early and watch dudes dress up like He-Man and shit and do that. But the latest time that I can remember that those things would be on TV was Sci-Fi Channel used to do the Mighty Marvel Marathon, and I would run a tape. Like I would run a series of tapes. Like 3 tapes would cover the whole thing if you do it on EP mode or whatever. And it would be there's a Doctor Strange movie. It would be the Spider-Mans. It would be the Hulks, and then that Captain America show. Like, did you ever see that thing?
I never saw Captain America. I've never seen the Spider-Man, and I'm kind of curious about it, even though Thompson just lambastes it in every way possible.
Sure.
But the Hulk stuff was kind of interesting because you have, like, it starts as a Hulk movie, you get the Hulk series, and then when I was a kid, it was Hulk movies again. Like, there was one with Daredevil, one with Thor, and I would record those.
Yeah,
and that was probably late 80s,
like 90.
maybe
I remember,
1990.
Yeah, I remember being in Baltimore recording those.
But he does praise Bill Bixby as really a good cast choice. You know, he's able to kind of like emote and get the empathy of the audience, so that works for him. And it's interesting to hear him talk about Ferrigno and comparing him to like Boris Karloff and Lon Chaney in terms of like thinking of this as a monster character.
Right.
And you know, says he doesn't measure up, but at the same time, I think it's a really interesting way to think about the Lou Ferrigno Hulk in that context, because I think it's Universal that has this deal, so you can kind of add him to the Universal monsters, at least at this point, you know, not knowing exactly how this is all going to work out. But kind of interesting to see the amount of movie coverage in these early comics journals, because we got a bunch last issue too.
Yeah, you know, like the Nostalgia Press, or like whatever the nostalgia thing was before, you know, the TC Fantagraphics took it over. They still have that content in here because still, you know, there's not that much happening in comics. What I could say, like if I was to go back in time and like, you know, be a little angel on Gary and Kim's shoulder, I would just say like, how about you increase the font size?
Yes.
And just have it just
please.
be like, it'll fill the 64 pages and it would just be the comic stuff, because it's very dense with the comic shit. And like if that's all that it was, I would be totally satisfied with that. But we do have this filler.
One piece of non-filler for me, Bizarre Thrills #1 out of Tallahassee, Florida. You see Bill Black's name under the illustrated these great good girl artists is #1. You see Staten and Black there in the signature.
Totally.
This is Americomics. This is the beginning of Americomics and Bill Black. And I think
it the beginning?
You know what? That's a good point, because he was doing Paragon Press, and I think that preceded this. But you see like All Girl Outlaws. It's amazing to me, Americomics. I'm looking forward to the documentary, the Bill Black documentary that you mentioned, Ed. Not to be confused with Bill Blackbeard, another comics saint, but a guy who published comics for, I don't know, 40 years. I mean, going back into at least the early 70s. This is late 70s, so started before this.
Still publishing?
I don't know if he's still alive, to be honest, but AC Comics is still active.
Exactly.
So the legacy lives on, and like any of these companies that have been around for decades, they impress me because they figured out something. And this might be a mailing list.
Yeah.
You know, comes out of sort of a fandom and underground. But whatever it is, man, however you get there, it's impressive to me. Decades as a comics publisher.
Noteworthy names, though, man. Mark Hempel. Steve Vance is an important person at Bongo Comics.
Interesting.
When the time comes. Tom Lyle.
Tom Lyle does work. I think he did the Robin miniseries in the early 90s from DC, which was a big seller for them.
Totally.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And further on, like Eric Larson does work for them down the road.
Sure.
So there's a generation as you get into the 80s of guys that would go on to have mainstream success that at least did some work there at AC Comics. I don't know if that's where they got their break or not. This is kind of fascinating that Gary Groth is writing this. This is a review of an animated movie, Allegro non troppo, by Bruno Bozzetto. I don't know any of this. And
That's Gary showing off.
it is. And he compares it to like Disney's Fantasia. And again, I don't have much to say because I've never seen this, but kind of a deep dive if you're looking at visual art.
Yeah, and I have all the respect in the world for Uncle Gary and stuff, but I want to see what he has to say about comic stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a strange placement for a review, but it's kind of where we're at. You know, I think a lot of the stuff that we know now, in terms of like where animation goes, at this point, who knows? Maybe it might have veered a different direction and become, you know, a totally different art form.
He's a giant film buff, and the language of the journal is modeled off of like the great critics that you hear Tarantino talk about, like Pauline Kael and stuff like that. So he's a super rounded dude. He has a lot of interests. I think that speaks to his frustration on comics because he knows the evolution of film and how quickly it got to a good place, and then like we might be getting into real fun territory with, like, you know, you got Scorsese, Cassavetes, like all these cool people in the game. There's probably new movies that are worth watching all the time. So
Review of The Hobbit, made for TV animation.
yeah,
Mostly positive.
Bakshi stuff, man. Mike Ploog gets his mention.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is just like, guys, can you believe like The Hobbit, like the super esoteric, you know, 1,000,000-page fucking book is getting to show up on TV when there's 4 channels.
Yeah.
3 channels probably.
$3 million budget. It's a pretty big project.
Yeah, and Bakshi, like, man, there's a great little documentary on him that you can find online, and just talks about like put out all the stops to try to get that to work, man. You know, hiring actual actors and stuff to rotoscope.
This is the Outer Limits zine review. I don't know if this is actually that ad that I pointed out in the beginning of this issue or not. This article pisses me off because the first two columns of text are qualifying like the problem with this kind of thing. There are other disadvantages. He's basically laying out how zines do stuff wrong for, I don't know, man, 750 words of this article. And it's like, tell me about the thing you're reviewing. I don't need this kind of qualification for it. The thing he's reviewing, this Outer Limits zine, he gives glowing review to. But I just don't need the 750 word lead in of like how most fanzines are bad.
So I'm gonna tell you something, Jimmy. The stuff that isn't about comics, read it if you want to, but it's nothing that we have to hang
Fair
on
enough.
too much.
I will point this out. This is a Judy Hunt illustration.
Gorgeous.
Judith Hunt, I believe, was married to Chuck Dixon at one point and did a book called Evangeline
Oh yeah.
for Eclipse or First, maybe both, the way the comics are.
It was
Kamiko,
and then First Comics.
I picked up a couple of those and I was really impressed with her
She's
art.
amazing.
And I'm like, what else has she done? Well, she did an illustration here, and it is very, very nice.
Yeah, she got out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that she was in it too much. I don't know too many other comics that she did,
That's
but
a
I really
Duo-Shade
like
piece,
this.
I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. Duo-Shade feathering. I thought the whole thing, great figure work.
She's coming from the
Really
Frazetta
nice.
school.
Very sharp.
Johnny Comet type.
So I always enjoy that stuff where you see like some artists that you like but don't know much about, and then like, oh, check it out.
We're
There's
gonna
a nice
get a lot of that.
spot illustration here.
We're going to get a lot of that throughout looking at the journal.
Brief Doonesbury review of the, I guess this showed after The Hobbit, a little adaptation, an animated adaptation to Doonesbury. Kind of neat to see that. I had no idea that existed.
Me neither, man.
And he makes it sound pretty good.
Me neither. The classified ad stuff is funny because it's just like slim pickings, man. Like people looking for photo stills of Star Wars, like behind the scenes stuff. One piece worth noting is this very last zine, I believe. I'm so sorry. I'm looking for the Clifford Meth one. And Clifford Meth, I think it might be the last thing.
I actually would like this last one. I don't know if that's Clifford Meth history with old newspapers. I kind of love the old newspaper stuff if somebody else is willing to assemble it for me.
Right.
Oh, there it is, the first one.
Okay.
A zine that says something. Critical articles by the best in fandom, the fan guide, 75 cents from Clifford Meth.
So he's been, like, I've been connected with that dude since, like, the MySpace days. And,
okay.
I never knew much about him. But when Gene Colan was, like, worse for wear, like, he set up the fundraiser campaigns and the books that came from that.
I remember
and
that.
the proceeds. That's Clifford Meth.
I think he did some stuff to benefit Dave Cockrum around that time, too. So, who obviously has been around comics for a while. I don't know much else about him, but I would see his name in the early 2000s online for those benefit books that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And then they have their serialization of a couple of strips.
Page 63. Page 64.
Same strip, you guys are not paying attention at home. So a little misprint there. Were they running Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Something didn't show up on time, despite them trying to track it down.
Yeah, they say at the very beginning, like, despite them cashing our checks, we didn't get the Spider-Man strips by the due date.
So, we always say this is the guy. This is the guy who won comics.
Yeah, you know what's interesting though, because like it is bags and boards, but the accepted OG was Bill Bell, Bob Bell.
Yeah, I don't know
was
the
Bob
original guy.
Bell, but this is Bill Cole, so this is a different fella. Which guy's the dude responsible for those real thick plastics that like turn kind of orange that that you would see at the flea markets?
It's a good question. The 3 mil is pretty thin, but the plastic, I don't know what materials these are being made from. If it's really plastic versus Mylar or whatever, they were working out different methods of making these things and trying to make them archival, and development of the comic book bag, and probably we've said more than we already should regarding this topic, but man, those are the guys who made some bank out of comics.
That's it, man. You saw the prices.
So there's your back cover, kind of highlighting what is inside but in color, and that concludes the Comics Journal 38. Ed, any other thoughts or anything else to add to this topic?
I am having a ball going through these comics journals. And I will continue to ask the question of the Kayfabers. Are you guys as into it as we are? Do we go to Comics Journal 39 next? Do we jump just randomly to an Amazing Heroes 1? What do we do, man? I'm all for continuing this because we are building a story. And the story is the DC explosion to implosion that's going to happen. And then what happens there is the diaspora of creative talent that jumps over to Marvel to like really change the shape of that company. Jim Shooter takes over.
That should be I don't know when he starts, but that ought to be coming up, I think, pretty soon. Like, he's there in the late 70s, so this is the late 70s.
And it's fascinating, the stuff that, like, Bucky O'Hare was supposed to be a DC comic. It was going to be an answer. It was going to be an answer to Howard the Duck, Star Slayer. Like, Mike Grell already had a hit with Warlord with DC. He was going to make Star Slayer a DC book as part of the explosion, sell that off, and of course he'll explore that at Pacific Comics and then First Comics.
That's the other story that I'm interested in, is just kind of seeing the continued rise of these retail outlets and distributors that serve them, and then the comics that come in and see this opportunity and take advantage of it. So
totally, because
there's a lot happening in comics at this stage, and at this stage they don't know it.
It's all seedlings.
Yes.
And it's just going to continue to grow and bear fruit. So maybe we just answered our own question.
Yeah, we do control what we're talking about. But yeah, I am curious to hear everybody's reaction, because this is certainly going back a generation from say the Wizard coverage. And it's interesting, like, that's a pretty small time span. From this to Wizard is 13, 14 years. It's not a big jump.
Yeah, and we got several bubbles to grow from this, man, including Fantagraphics publishing more than just this.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff coming up.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We put videos out on the daily, and the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon is a place where you can join up and get all those videos before anybody else. The King Kayfabers have access to our live recording stream so that they can hang out with us as we record these videos. we are going to be at Baltimore Comic Con, second weekend in September. But ultimately, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. And the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you. There it is in all of its glory. Oh, this sucks, Jimmy. We really got to try to figure this out. Because it's like the most important thing, you know? The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you in all of its glory, 504 pages. Man, just give that thing a little look through, Jimmy. Super proud of the book. 140 pages of extras in there, and it is coming to you in time for Christmas. Also, there is the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy coming to you in time for the holidays. And Red Room is the current concern. Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network, and the current issues are Crypto Killers. Trade paperback of Crypto Killers coming to you in early January. Jimmy, what books do you got going on?
True Crime Funnies, I recently self-published and sold out of the first print run. I am reprinting those now. We should have those back in fall stock, but you can still read them. They're available on my website as a PDF, along with several other zines and mini comics that you can download. They are also available to my patrons at all levels, so you can join me on Patreon, and you can read True Crime Funnies along with any of my other recent and upcoming work. My other works that are available include The Plain Janes for the young adult readers in your life, Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive from Image Comics, was out of print for a while, back in print, some of the best comics I ever made, and I don't know why I haven't off, but my Hulk Grand Design, oversized treasure, you can see that glorious bright green for the Hulk radiation on the cover. Another one of these comics that I spent a lot of time with, very proud of, and these are available now while supplies last. So pick those up from your local comic shop or wherever you buy books.
Give the Kayfabers a couple other ways that they can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, Jimmy.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, mugs, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
No, this ain't gonna let me. Okay, there, boom.
Stop it on here.
Yeah.
Bizarre, man.
That sucks so bad, man.
Some editing there, but what are you gonna do?
I mean, let me.
The problem is future is other stuff, because at least that thing's static.
See, like if the chat dropped, we'll just let it stay dropped. But if it's still going, we'll keep it going.
Yeah, I think it's still going. There's it has an error for smooth streaming not working. But Andrew Hanna said more TCJ sounds good.
Okay.
So they're talking about the last stuff we were talking about, but dang it, man.
Are they mentioning the bad quality of the video?
No, I don't see that, but
I could
that
try.
may not be something you talk about for an hour and a half. How are you guys doing? Give us an update out there. What are you seeing? You still there?
Let me do like maybe one or two things. I restarted.
Man, I can't believe that this is the performance of Filmic Remote at this point.
Yeah, and it's like
it's real
you
bad
guys
for
just
something you pay
upgraded-
for.
Yeah, you just upgraded us and created a broken thing. Jesus. Yeah, guys, sorry about that, man. But our remote isn't doing too well. Like the internet is just a little brutal.
You want me to keep recording? What do you think
Sure.
is best way to go here?
Sure.
Man, that remote needs to work.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me hit the bathroom real fast.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll keep this plugged in for a minute. Hey guys, I'm going to throw this out. It's a really weird off-topic one. But any advice for problems with contractors what kind of lawyer do I need to talk to for a contractor that's performing poorly? Ed and I were talking about these last couple of weeks and losing time, man. I went to Florida 2 weeks ago to help take care of an aging relative, which everybody, I think, you know, weirdly, you should be lucky enough to have to deal with that at some point in your life, a loved one, but it is a struggle. And then I'm doing work on my house, and the contractors are really, we are not getting along. And it's starting to get into the money side of it, so I hate the idea of involving lawyers, but we're getting near the end of the civil interaction. So if anybody has any advice on that count, I am soliciting it. It's one of the nice things of the comic book Christmas in July. We got back from Florida on Friday night late. Ed and I recorded that live session, I guess it was midday Saturday, and then we just went out, my wife and I, and started hitting those local libraries and seeing all the social media posts about that. That was a pretty fun day. So I hope you guys got to participate in that. If not giving out some comics, I hope you checked out some of your local lending libraries and maybe found a comic or two. There were quite a few posts that I saw, as Ed mentioned this morning, that if that was in my neighborhood, I might have pulled a couple of those comics out of other people's lending libraries to take home. We're doing some fun videos, guys, by the way. The next video or two is going to be ranking the Dan Clowes graphic novels.
Check out this shit, dude. I got the
Oh,
back of
yeah,
the
you
box.
said you were ordering that.
Yeah, I found it for like $80.
Wow.
How cool was that, huh?
That's a
pretty
nice
dope, right?
package. Yeah. I think I read about the first 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I read the first like 3 or 4 also.
I was pulling those from my library to, talk about the Pittsburgh library system being pretty good, and just trailed off.
When you
I would request them, and
right, when you use digital books through the library, is it the Hoopla app?
Mhm.
Yeah, man. Hip Hop Family Tree is the Hoopla ebook of the month.
or Libby. I can't remember which one. I found your stuff on the app that I use in the
Yeah.
library.
We're doing this initiative now over the next 3 months of like Hip Hop Family Tree. The different volumes are going to be the book of the month leading up to the omnibus.
That's pretty huge.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people use that app. Like, I use it.
They
My
say
wife
it's number
uses it.
one
My
for
father-in-law uses
digital
it.
distribution. Jimmy, restart your phone and restart this.
Okay.
Just as like something.
Can't hurt.
Proactivity. I guess I could do this. Cause like it definitely when I got this set up,
Let me keep charging for a second while this is going.
when
I'm going to be right on the edge of the 2-video record with the battery.
right, you'll probably have to put your thumb on it, but it fucked up for one video and then it was smooth sailing the rest. There's one thing I want to look at. Because the video, it looks bad. So, like, you know how there's 2 choices. It's like,
Yeah.
you could choose lag or you could choose quality. And it ain't good looking quality. So it should, in theory, be decent. But, alright, let me just open this chat with the Kings. Sorry we weren't able to stay in the chat, guys, but we have a bottleneck. We don't have enough iPads, man. Brian Moss is so funny, dude, because when he came over and we were doing our thing, I was like, dude, bring an iPad if you have one, and like we could be in the chat and stuff. And when he came over, he's like, all right, I have 3 iPads. Why? But he's that dude, like, he's got like, 3 Nintendos and like 2 Super Nintendos and a couple Sega CDs. So this is on the camera. "31 people in the chat."
All right, there we go.
Excellent.
Why is it crooked?
You know something I want you to do real quick, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Listen to our video, like that we just did.
See, you scare me when you say that stuff.
I know. I saw that look of dread in your face, but I saw all that stuff move in and shit.
It's under. You know what? Okay.
Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg. I'm Dave Discord. Going to continue our journey through the comics journal. This is fun too. That James Warren, of course, Warren
Good stuff.
Publications, the black and white magazines like
normal.
Eerie and Creepy,
Yeah.
Vampirilla, things like that. One of the major publishers. So
It's weird seeing Warren in there as like contemporary conversation.
I know, man. Maybe
Like
we'll see.
all of that weird because Harvey's still going to be around for another. I don't know if they're making headlines, but there'll be some mentions probably. I think they're around until. Geez, I think they published till the early '90s.
They go away for a while.
Do they?
They do. Like I got that just from these Jim Shooter interviews I've been watching. Like, but they go away for a while. Remember when they had like page one was like the ads for like all the like the little, like you would open up a cover to a Harvey and on page one it would be that ad where it's like turn in your UPCs for like X-ray specs, like this, that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't. I'm not.
Yeah, like the first page, which would traditionally be a splash, would just be like one of those middle ads that we're so familiar with.
It's so chaotic to have the colorful First Kingdom ad next to this color,
Right.
but black and white inside. So, what did you want to check? You said you were going to check lag time or quality or whatever.
Right. Oh yeah.
It's probably the gear, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the good shit. That's the good shit. That's the good shit. I think we're gonna be good, man. Let me make sure that's. I think we're gonna be good, Jimmy.
Okay.
I feel confident now.
Excellent.
Okay, so give us maybe just one book, like to lock
Yeah.
in, because I fucking spoke too soon. What a cocksuck. Maybe just restarting it will do the thing. And then maybe this week we just get things situated and keep it there or something.
One thing with the background, you can kind of mark like,
Right.
where certain tops and bottom. You just got to stay conscious of it. You know.
Yeah, it's just so. I mean, you're asking us to deprogram from 5 years of habit. All right. Let me just make sure.
Here, look.
Yeah. Like it's there now, with the. So hopefully that'll do the trick. Have we been reading the latest Hey Kids comics by Howard Chaykin? No, I have not, and I want to do all 3 volumes on the channel, because I just saw some pages he put up for the latest, and it was like a Howard Chaykin in conversation with a Gil Kane in a studio, and you just know you know that's autobio.
Yeah, that's a series that I have not kept up with, and wish I look forward to it.
Yeah.
I just haven't prioritized it.
That's issue 1 and the last one.
Yeah,
Good to go.
yeah. I figured I'd do that for the intro piece,
Sounds
and
good.
then trying to think of a good intro here. All right.
Once it goes up and then it starts moving, I'll just hit it. Okay, I'll hit it.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
We are looking at a classic today, Ed. Jack Katz's First Kingdom, issue 1 to 24. 12 years in the making. One of the first direct market attempts at an epic graphic novel.
Yes.
Before we begin, I want to remind everybody that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. 3 different levels to suit your needs will give you access to our videos early, give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect, and at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get all of our videos first, as well as front row seats to the recording session. We are currently recording this video with a bunch of the King Kayfabers in our chat room as we go through book by book. If you see one that you want, you'll be the first one to buy that book at the best prices while it's still available. I also want to remind everybody that we will be attending the Baltimore Comic-Con this year. The second weekend in September, we'll be bringing all kinds of books and goodies and arts and prints and posters and all the good stuff that you know from Cartoonist Kayfabe. So we hope to see a lot of the King Kayfabers at Baltimore Comic-Con. And now, I am excited, Ed, to look at Jack Katz's First Kingdom. We recently saw this covered in our coverage of the Comics Journal from 1977. This actually predates the journal. The article about First Kingdom was in 77. It was 6 issues in. This is 1974. This is an amazing comic on many, many levels. It starts in 1974 by Jack Katz, a guy who has a huge wealth of history, spent the golden age of comics working for virtually everybody, even did a stint in the Kirby Simon studio. So got around comics a good bit and then left around the mid-50s like a lot of professionals did. Came back in the early 70s, did some work at Marvel and DC. Didn't really care for the any of the conditions of that experience, but loves art, very dedicated to comics, and decides he has this giant story that he wants to tell. And that is what First Kingdom is. It is an epic in every sense of the word. From the very beginning, he planned on doing 24 issues of this, 2 issues a year. And you know what? We often say, don't buy subscriptions to these things. Dude nailed it.
Yes.
He hit all those deadlines, and 12 years later, his 24-issue series comes to a conclusion. Published by Bud Plant, the very early days, it was published by kind of a joint Bud Plant offering in the form of Comics, which was a retail operation Bud Plant had with a couple other guys. After, I think, about 6 issues or so, they break off, and it's Bud Plant then publishing these. But it predates what we think of as the direct market, but then also is one of those first creator-owned titles that is there as the direct market builds up. And as we will see going through this, an absolutely unique creation.
Absolutely, man. I will confess that, you know, I've always seen these in the back issue bins and would always just kind of like dash over them. Had no context, and when you open it up and take a look, it's pretty dense.
It is very dense. And it does
It's not inviting.
loosen up as the series goes on. But it's a massive story. So whenever we start, humanity has been almost wiped out in a nuclear holocaust. And so this story is going to track humanity being built back up. And as we go through the very beginning parts of this story, it's kind of a fantasy comic. You know, you see like what's left of humanity becomes very barbarians, back to their hunter-gatherer roots, fighting the monsters that inhabit this post-apocalyptic wasteland. There are ideas about religion, society, gods, technology. As we get going, this will become more of a sci-fi book over time. And our main character doesn't even appear for the first 3 issues because he is going to be born of the characters that we are following in this very first couple of issues. And as you say, very dense issues. You know, we're going to see the whole development of this community that will then bear our heroes and then track those heroes as they rebuild civilization and then go off into the stars, the destination of man, according to this story. And it's kind of interesting because I feel like there are a lot of parallels to today's world, right? There's a lot of people who are questing to get us into space,
right,
you know, and to make us this interstellar species. And that's kind of a part of this story, but not a part that we will see, you know, right away. As I say, you know, it's almost barbarian fantasies. And Katz, a guy who has a long history in comics, I can't remember when he was born, but I believe he's still alive, which makes him probably close to 100 years old, which is remarkable.
Yeah, he may or may not have gotten a big congratulations by way of like a lifetime achievement Eisner or something. something happened recently because Uncle Howie Chaykin was just lambasting him on Facebook in giant ways. Said he never did anything of merit, and told a story about a panel where Gil Kane, like Katz was supposed to be on a panel with Gil Kane, and Gil Kane's extolling the virtues of Jack Kirby. Keep mentions Jack, and saying nice things. Right as Jack Katz walks in and says thank you, and Gil Kane is like, I'm talking about Kirby.
That's classic. That's a real funny. Poor guy. You see the virtuosity though as an artist. Like, you know, he's pouring everything into these pages. Super dense, as we mentioned. Doesn't even have like white gutters for space
Right.
in between. Dense typography. This font will actually change about 10 issues or so into the series. So it's something that continues to evolve over time. You'll see papers change. Different colorists will be painting the covers over his artwork. And each issue has an intro by a different creator. And some very noteworthy creators will talk about this book. And we'll kind of show those off as we flip through a couple of these. So I just wanted to kind of show what this looks like, how this starts. And for contrast, because we're going to jump around, we're not going to go panel by panel and really get into this entire story, because it is a very, very dense story, like I say, spanning generations and worlds. But man, you can see that classical approach to figure drawing.
Absolutely, he was a sculpting teacher.
Yes.
So you can imagine that.
Yeah,
The
you
figure
can
is
really
a
see
part
that he
of that.
knows the figure. We often talk about the back muscles that everybody just kayfabes. I think he might know those back muscles. And this is pretty fun. So Comics was the publisher. Here's the whole team. You can see the group that started these comic shops. I think at one point they had something like 9 or 10, 11
I
shops
thought it
in
was
all.
7. 7 was in my mind.
This first one is actually where the Telegraph Wire, the zine, came out of, that Diana Schutz edited for a while, that was compared to the Comics Journal. You know, like, I think it really opened some doors for her in terms of the quality of writing and editing that she was doing there. But kind of neat that my first issue signed by Jack Katz.
Oh yeah, super cool.
These were things that I tracked down on eBay. I bought a lot of these at some point, just because, like, it's outsider, it's outlaw in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the Outlaw playlist
It makes sense to me.
because of the density of that artwork.
So this is, again, the first issue here, the 24th issue here.
Yeah, let's look through the
Published
24th.
in 1986. You know, I often talk about 1986 being this great year, but it's a real victory lap. And every single issue has some intro material, usually a little bit by Jack Katz, in this case, a big piece. And like I said, it gets into things like ideas on religion and philosophy. You can see the science fiction elements here, as there are true gods, which almost like aliens. There are cyborgs and robot humanoids that are used as part of the technology for being able to go interspace. And you can see also that the font has changed. And if you see the reprint books, because all of this stuff has been reprinted in 6 volumes that you can get, I think they're all still in print, you'll notice that he switches up the fonts in the reprints of the initial issues. And I think it's for consistency more than anything else, because I think this is the font that he ends up using in that.
Yeah,
But man, look at these, like, again, no shortcuts here on issue 24.
no, but they're, in spite of the density, I would say that this stuff feels more clear, and maybe that's a consequence of just fewer panels per page. You know, he figured that part out.
It definitely opens up as he gets past that first story arc.
There's
You know,
just
he starts to do these bigger panels.
There's just nothing else like this. And then, see, this is the kind of thing, it's just, that's a slog, you know?
Right.
And maybe, you know, you break it up or something. There's a way to, here's what's amazing. This is Vivian Girls. Like, this is outsider art fucking dude just kind of going ham with no editorial concerns or whatever. But there are shortcomings to that as, like, just like a general reading experience. So, like, this gets a 10 out of 10 as art object.
Yes.
But as a comic, it honestly might be a 2.
Yeah, it's something that I was always curious to talk to, like, Tom Scioli about.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm
I
sure
think
he's
if you're into, like, the world building, the mythology, again, the science fiction, there's a lot to appeal here. A lot of ideas spread throughout this epic. And it's interesting, like, this has been collected now at this point, so it is available in, you know, reader-friendly book collections. There are 2 additional volumes beyond the first 4 volumes of books collect these 24 issues.
Wow.
Then there are 2 more additional volumes that are about 260 pages total of extra material. And then he did, I think, a 500-page sequel, and then like a 350-page sequel. I don't think either of those 2 have been published yet. But I mean, it's a guy who
He's living in that world.
obsessively making comics,
Dude,
and big stories that he's telling.
That's so inspiring to me because I sort of feel like I'm at the start of something that could be thousands of pages, you know, and there's nothing stopping me. Like, I think I could support myself like through that. So I'm very interested in that notion.
They would always run like some kind of ad so you could catch up. You know, if you come to this late in the game,
Yeah.
They made it easy. They would reprint books so they were in print. They would do some collections. Various publishers did some collections throughout the run of this, which is pretty interesting because it's like the prototypical graphic novels. Just a really interesting book, and it's one of those things of foresight. It's vision. You know, it's somebody that really kind of had an idea and really not an example that he could look at and say, this is the way to do it. So this is 2 copies of book 2, but different printings. This is actually the first printing here on the left. I kind of feel like this looks like it should be the first, but not the case. This is a 3rd printing. But again, speaking to the idea of keep these available, which became a staple of things like Cerebus or ElfQuest or any of these
Love and
self-published, Love and Rockets, really becomes a staple of, if you're going to do indie comics, you got to be able to, if somebody picks up issue 4 and likes it, you need to have those other issues available. And it's also, as we often say, when you publish a new book, especially if it's part of a series, you sell some more volume 1.
Yeah.
But you only if you have volume 1 available for sale.
Yeah, the work is done. Like, you just got to put in that investment. And I think that this is a confluence of a couple of things, man. You got a guy with a vision who's in the creative capacity. And throughout the history of comics, the guy with the creative energy is not the entrepreneurial spirit. You got Bud Plant, who's kind of a serial entrepreneur.
Yes.
I think he was always like a hustler in the best sense of the word. So you do simple things that people take for granted, like have an ad in the back for the previous stock.
Yes.
He's got the warehouse space to be able to hold that inventory. So it's that confluence that made this possible. I wonder if this poor guy. You see these comics everywhere. You really do, and you see them for cheap everywhere. So that suggests that there's a lot of them out there. But I just don't know how much money this guy was bringing in from comics for the level of craft. Like, if you broke it down, you know, this is a calling kind of a comic. Like, this guy could not do this comic.
Bill Blackbeard on the intro here. I'm going to be pointing these out. There's some big names.
But
it's a great monster.
I would bet that if you broke down, you know, the hourly rate per, you know, the page count, all of that stuff, he probably didn't make as much as somebody working at Burger King.
Yeah, you may be right on that. You know, this is definitely a work of passion. You almost see that obsessive, gotta get this down on paper kind of quality. And, you know, very inventive stuff, too. It's not talking heads despite the density of what this is.
Yeah.
Lots of these sequences do rely on the visuals to kind of tell you what's going on, with the captions being somewhat supplemental and world building, as opposed to the typical Marvel DC style at this time of, like, everything's exposition.
Yeah.
You know, that's not what you're getting here. This is an idea to make a comic that's aimed at a different type of reader. And, you know, it's just very experimental on top of everything else. So, a breath of fresh air. I'm surprised that this is not a comic that is written about more, you know, because it feels like there wasn't a lot of competition for this kind of a comic at that time period. And it's timed when there are still a lot of fanzines happening.
Yeah.
And this really feels to me like a bridging of the gap between, say, fanzine and, you know, polished, professional. Not to say this isn't polished and professional, but you can see this is... It's in between fan press and a Marvel DC kind of project.
Yeah. Like, we use that term bleeding edge fairly often. And like, this is a bleeding edge comic. This guy obviously has facility. It could draw like the fucking Dickens.
Yeah, it's amazing to go from some of these weird ethereal and angels and things to then, like, sci-fi cockpits, highly detailed.
Yeah, I mean, it's super weird stuff.
It is weird. Look just for a page, how strange. Just the marriage of all these different ideas on one page and in one big giant story. Get that for some strange color.
Very 70s. That's the other thing. It feels very dated.
It does.
It's very of the time.
The cover here, and it goes through several colorists. Alex Nino on this one. I think there's one at Steranko Colors that'll be coming up.
So like, he gets respect. You know?
Oh, yeah.
He gets respect from his contemporaries.
Switches to a brush here.
Yes.
So the first 4 issues are fine line. This issue switches to a brush and gives special thanks to Jim Steranko,
Right.
who will color a cover, will write an intro. There's a piece in one of these intros where Jack Katz talks about Roz Kirby saving one of the pages from the photocopier. So some interaction with Jack Kirby, you know, like they're using his photocopy machine and Roz Kirby interacting and stuff. So he's on the West Coast at this point. I think he moves to the West Coast in the 70s. Berkeley, California is the publisher, but I think he's also Berkeley, California for his P.O. box, if you want to write to Jack Katz at the time. And yeah, plugged into the comics world, you know, he had a long history there, so it's not like he was an outsider, even though this feels like the work of an outsider artist.
Yeah.
Some of my favorite comics feel like the work of outsider artists.
Totally.
And that's what you got to do if you want to expand comics frontier a little bit. And that's what a guy like Jack Katz is doing with a book like this, really putting himself out there.
You see pieces like this, and you can't help but think that it influences a Barry Windsor Smith who goes on to Gore Blimey and uses a lot of these textures that we're looking at right there.
It's part of the reason I am surprised this book isn't talked about more widely, because if you're interested in the visuals of comics
Yeah.
in 1975, 76, 77, what's the competition? You know, and maybe this is hard to find. It's the early days of like specialty retailers. Maybe it was just a matter of you can't find it anywhere. But whatever the case may be, we've had a lot of time to catch up, and I don't feel like we have.
Yeah, totally. You know, this was a video that we've been intending to make for 4 years. But it's certainly, you know, it's such an odd book. You don't want to take certain lessons, like a lot of lessons from this in a way, it's not the elegant way to make comics, but as an art object and as a statement, as a guy with his nose to the grindstone, you can't help but respect this.
And I love that like these covers will be written and illustrated by Jack Katz, copyright 1977. Again, like the creator ownership is one of the giant stories for me on a book like this. And here's Steranko, you know, giving his intro and endorsement in print. So, like I say, connected, and I think probably a lot of these creators, the Kirbys, the Sterankos, everybody looking at this and saying like, let's see how this goes. Like let's open up some new avenues. Because I mean, the guy who's buying the Atom or Red Tornado,
Right.
this is a different audience.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, this is a guy who's really out there trying to, I don't want to say make new readers, because who knows what his motivation is exactly, but I think when you're making something like this, you can't help but make new readers.
Yeah.
Because this is not your typical comic. So, you know,
Kniff doing a forward, huh?
yeah, so again, to position like where this is, like there is definitely an awareness of it. There are stories of him at Comic-Con, you know, early Comic-Cons, encountering various people there. So he was participating virtually his entire life in the comics culture. Love this back cover, the giant fist coming out, you know, the chained fist. Just amazing visuals, though. I think this might be colored by Jim Steranko on this cover. And an attractive package. They figured that out right away, too. You know, like, let's do these paintings on the front and backs. Each of the issues has that. So even though it's a little bit atypical for a comic, there is certain format consistency from issue to issue. If you were a fan, if you were looking for this thing, it stood out. You know, like you mentioned, good to do your ads in every issue, so it's easy for people to catch up if they don't have a comic book store. But it's also very identifiable. Whenever you see these in dollar bins, it's probably not an accident that they had a certain amount of a footprint out there as a result. And I think, you know, you see like now we're switching over to our what would become the main font throughout the rest of the series, introduction from Jack Kirby, and, you know, talking about the difficulties in making comics and maintaining your vision. If anybody could speak to that, it's Jack Kirby. So
Right.
I imagine he looked at this and felt pretty good for Jack Katz really doing something that he wanted to do and not being controlled by anybody else.
There's the piece that we did, Comics Journal 38, with the Gil Kane interview, didn't mention like one of the most heartbreaking pieces in that interview with Gil Kane, where Gary asked him, do you think you'll ever get to realize your complete vision in comics? And Gil Kane says, no, I'll never get to do that. Jack Katz did it.
Tell me, like, stuff like this reminds me of like Ridley Scott and Prometheus, you know, these giant science fiction ideas of like, I don't know, gods that made or influenced humanity. Whenever you see a being like this holding that little person in his hand, it just feels like big sci-fi ideas. And we've looked at cover. We've done episodes where it's like, let's just look at all the Love and Rockets covers.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like one of the joys of a book like First Kingdom that is so dense to read, you certainly can get a lot from just seeing kind of the evolution of the art and the vision as it comes across.
Yeah.
12 years of a guy's life.
Yeah.
John Pound doing colors on starting with this cover on several of these.
Another West Coaster. He's got the West Coast connection
Yes.
on here, and notice like there's no Toth conversation in these things, maybe because he would probably shit on all of this.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing Toth anywhere, but
Kelly Freas, man, the painter of the Mad Magazine covers.
yeah, quite a few. It's pretty distinguished, the guys who are giving this information. There are newspaper writers, people outside of comics that contribute some of these intros and give some context to this. I mentioned running into some of the people from Comic-Con or running into people in Comic-Con, and I'm trying to think. I want to say Scott Shaw, but I'm not sure that's the right guy. Talks about finding this. They would go to LA sometimes and to get comics. Sometimes they would get the comics earlier there. Found First Kingdom on the newsstand in LA. So Bud Plant was doing some work, man. He was trying to get this book out in front of people, and the fact that here we are looking at it 40 plus years later, 49 years after this started, we're looking at this. Doesn't feel like a 49-year-old comic.
It really doesn't, because there's a lot of 80s black and white boom comics that have a little of this energy. They would probably cite Barry Windsor Smith as like being the inspiration for it, but I think Barry was taking a look at this stuff.
Like I said, I think anybody who's really interested in the visual side of it is probably at least conscious of this book coming out. And even furthermore, if you're self-publishing or if you're trying to make personal comics that rely on the direct market, this is a forefather of the direct market. So there's a lot of avenues to get into the First Kingdom.
Absolutely, man. Great video, long time coming. Dig into Jack Cat's First Kingdom, and when you see those in the little magazine dollar bins, don't pass them up.
Absolutely. It's a really great historical artifact, I think, in the world of comics. And like I said, I believe Jack Cat's still with us, nearing his 100th birthday, if not already there. So great work, Jack, man. There's an audience out there, and I love seeing this get repackaged as books and continue to find new generations of readers.
Amazing. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. The Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon is there to mitigate the Kayfabe effect. If you become a King Kayfaber, you get all the videos before anybody else, and you have access to the live recording streams that we set up every recording session. We're going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con second weekend in September. Looking forward to seeing you guys there. It was a great time last year, and that is the genesis point of Cartoonist Kayfabe. That's where we hatched the idea back in 2018. Ultimately, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
My latest book is True Crime Funnies. These are 3 nonfiction stories. I have sold out of the first printing of this, but I expect to have a reprint by Baltimore. If you can't wait that long, you can download the PDF on my website. You can also read this at any level on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg, where I post my new comics. My other books that are available now are The Plain Janes for the young adult reader in your life, Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, a homeless ninja skateboarder. These are action superhero comics, 8 full-color stories. This book was out of print for almost a year, but Image has brought it back, so you should be able to get that anywhere you buy comics. And my Hulk Grand Design book. This is the oversized Treasury edition with a fluorescent green cover. One of the best comics I have made. We're going to have to do a video on this one, Ed, sooner or later. But this is a love letter to the Incredible Hulk, perfect for the new Hulk fan in your life or the longtime Hulk fan.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. We got an actual copy in the house. Look at how thick that thing is. Pause.
Yeah, this is a beautiful volume.
500 plus pages of Hip Hop Family Tree. That's all 4 volumes, and 140 pages of extras. We spent months designing this thing, getting it set up so that it is the ultimate Hip Hop Family Tree experience, and the books are done. The inventory is on its way on a slow boat from China to distribution houses and eventually to the shops where you could scoop this up. So put in your orders and pre-orders right now. Not the only holiday book coming out. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is going to be coming out. This is the original volume 1, but that will be the cover to the Marvel trade paperback that will include the out-of-print editions of X-Men Grand Design, and Red Room is the current comic. Crypto Killers is the latest series. Still need to get my comps for issue 3, but there are 3 issues out right now out of 4 total. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game, and these comics are self-contained. So if you see a Red Room comic, give it a read. If you dig it, grab another one. 2 trade paperbacks out there as we speak, and I'm serializing a daily, what will inevitably be a daily strip on my Patreon right now. It's called Switchblade Shorties, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. There are other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right. Metalhead Bob says First Kingdom is the most power comic, and I think that's an apt assessment.
That is funny. I need a second just put these in an order that I can be pulling them
Yeah.
from.
Yeah, so I told you what my scheme is going to be. To just be fairly diplomatic with my top 10 list. So if you want me to start it off, like if that's like an easy order to put it in or something, or if it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll go back and forth maybe, like, here's my...
Here's what you do, man. Go through yours, and then I'll say my thing diplomatic to just kind of get through it, because we could get bogged down in too much conversation.
Yeah, that's going to be the struggle.
Yeah, so like we'll do you can do your list, and I'll say that I'll just go from oldest to newest because that's what I get out of Klaus. It's like he's always pushing.
You know what's in this? That cover.
The cover.
The Like a Velvet Glove Cast in Iron, this edition cover.
Mm-hmm.
Not the best cover.
No, I see. Yeah, I know you like that first one.
I do like that first one. That was one of those early exposures too, and that always kind of pops.
Right.
This is such a dumb.
All right, give me something. Give me something, and let's see if this is even working.
Yeah, I might have to pull out a little bit too so that everything fits on there.
Yeah, get the biggest book. Maybe Death Ray.
That'll work.
Jim and Ed ever coming to Massachusetts or close to it? No plans right now. Like I'm trying to do as little. Conventions aren't too big a part of my business model because the channel takes care of a lot of that. It's in terms of promo and stuff.
Yeah, the problem with the conventions is just the time is so much more.
Yeah, and I'm trying to do
It's
this
not
daily.
just the day of, like, you know, the conventioning.
It's the
the
travel
prep
and
the
it's
travel
the
and
decompression,
recovery. Yeah.
recovery. Good way to put it.
Yeah, I'd like to. I think that's a good area, and I've never done any kind of convention or appearance there. So
I did something at Harvard Bookstore before, and that was great. And just being on that campus, the electricity in the air there, and the conversations you overhear are unlike anywhere else. And I hooked up with these dudes that were just
a lot of good
fucking
comics history there.
amazing.
I'm sure it's a really good area for comics. I just haven't had much experience there. My wife did grad school in Northampton, so like I've made it to Boston and comics shopped, but I never made it there as a, as an exhibitor or as a cartoonist selling my stuff. Boy, this is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, because I don't even think. Oh, how about that? Good.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
We're doing an exciting video today where we look at one of my favorite cartoonists, Daniel Clowes, and we put his comics, we rank them, Ed, from worst to best. It's going to be a fun video, and hopefully it'll spark some interesting conversation as a result. I want to remind everybody that Cartoonist Kayfabe has a Patreon. We have 3 different levels that will get you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get access to all of our videos first, as well as the recording session. As we are speaking right now, King Kayfabers are joining us in the chat room and probably giving us their opinions of which order these books should be put in. I also want to let everyone know that we will be at Baltimore Comic-Con the second weekend in September this year. Second year in a row that we're doing Baltimore Comic-Con. It's a great show for comic book fans, and we will be bringing a little bit of all of our catalog there, so hope to see a bunch of Kayfabers at Baltimore Comic-Con in September. So, as we start this Dan Clowes countdown, Ed, I should say first of all, I thought this was a great idea for a video until I started trying to order these things, because most of these books I hold in very high regard. So just because something inevitably has to be the lowest ranked book does not necessarily mean I don't like it. I also have to point out that I don't have a complete Dan Clowes book collection. So I don't have Lout Rampage, Orgy Bound, or the official Lloyd Llewellyn collection. But I do have representations because some of that stuff is printed in other books.
Yeah.
So we will start off with the Manly World of Lloyd Llewellyn. This was a hardcover that was hard to track down. You notice I am missing a dust jacket on this one. It collects all of the Lloyd Llewellyn comics up to this point.
Yes.
So probably everything that's in the official Lloyd Llewellyn paperback is in here.
100%. So, okay, so, like, here's my relationship with this stuff, man. It was a birthday, and I had my money, and I'm like, this Dan Clowes guy comes up a lot in Palmer's Picks. I'm going to give some of his comics a shot. And with the birthday money I had, there was the Manly... What's this called? The Manly...
This is the Manly World of Lloyd Llewellyn.
Yes, so there was this. There was the other collection that has like 11 stories.
Mm-hmm.
And what I ended up doing was getting that collection plus Lout Rampage for the price of this. Always regretted not getting this, though, because this is the complete Lloyd Llewellyn.
Mine's not complete.
Yeah.
The sons of bitches. I found one I could afford and I paid the price for it. Part of the reason that I have this ranked near the bottom of my reading list is this is very early Dan Clowes, and it's cool to see his stylistic ticks are visible here, a lot of them. I think it looks great. I think some of these stories are really fun to read. But when I think about what makes Dan Clowes a special cartoonist, this is really early on in his development.
Totally.
And something had to come in at this spot. So this is where I happen to rank this one. But there's a lot of great cartooning and drawing and fun comics. Probably a funner, sillier Dan Clowes in here.
He's getting a lot of that out of his system with Lloyd Llewellyn. All of his like bad TV interests, the pop culture stuff like these little statues, and we just saw the Rat Fink stuff. But the interesting thing is he was real early on showing that stuff off in comics. You know, Rat Fink gets a resurgence later, and some of these other tropes that he is talking about, like, just were not like Russ Meyer. People,
yes,
it was very, very niche, and potentially he helped start that conversation up again. But I'm just gonna hedge, Jimmy, and say that my top 10, we're gonna go. The oldest is 10, and then number 1 will be the newest, because that's how I feel about his work.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that approach for sure. Like, trying to figure this stuff out, I was trying to think, like, what do I want to read next? You know, if I'm going to pull something off the shelf, which one do I most want to read? And it's challenging, you know, to put this in order. If we did this video next week, I'd have a different order probably.
Yeah, here's the other thing that's challenging, because we are juggling successful art careers. And something like Ghost World, Velvet Glove, Lloyd Llewellyn, I read 50 times.
Yes.
100 times. I read Wilson maybe 3 times.
I need to reread this
I read
one.
Patience once.
Yes, I need
I
to
read
reread
Mr.
that
Wonderful
one.
once.
Wilson is one I'd like us to do on this show, because This one surprised me where it ended up falling on my list.
Me too, actually.
Pretty low on here. It's not my favorite, even though there's stuff I like about it. But I think overall, Wilson is a character that I don't connect to as easily as some of the other characters. I really like his writing and his characterization. But in this case, Wilson's tough for me. He's an unlikable character. He's a cartoon. There's some charm to that. But it's a little bit different than, again, what I think of when I go, what I love about Dan Clowes comics, it's not all in this the way it is in certain other Clowes books.
See, this would be higher on the list, whatever corresponding, place it would be to the newest. Because the things that I like about Clowes, sure, there's the characterization, all that stuff like you say, but I like that he is formally experimental, but still 100% perfectly readable to anybody. And the conceit with this one, you can see these titles on each of these pages. These are single
Yes.
strips. And this was done at a time, he said it in interviews, so I'm comfortable saying it here, his father was passing.
Yeah.
He was bedside with his dad, and his pops passed away. And he just had notebooks, and was, for every one strip in here, there might be like 5 strips that he wrote and designed that didn't make it. And there's a little autobio in here because Wilson's dad dies, and there are things that Wilson says that take you out of the Wilson character, and it feels like Dan Clowes talking to the nurse
Yeah.
that said something maybe semi-disrespectful about his pops. Because the dad is like a professor, like all that kind of stuff. The other interesting thing is playing with cartooning.
Mm-hmm.
So each strip has a different aesthetic. Like this is like, is it Ivan Brunetti that you're doing? Right?
Kind of looks like it,
right?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting piece also. And this is lean to the bone, man. Like, is it not recording?
It's recording.
Okay. Like, this is lean to the bone. You don't see a lot of, like, the inciting incidents, but you know what happens between pages, kidnappings, all that stuff. He ends up in jail. It's just stripped to the core, which makes it an amazing thing to read as a cartoonist.
Yeah, I'm eager to. I hope that we do a deeper dive on this
It's a quick
in the near future, and it may move up in my ranking once I do, because there's a lot in here that I like. And one thing that happens when new Dan Clowes books come out, I'm always super excited for it. They're always different than whatever I expect.
Yeah.
Like he's a guy that does not. He has some themes, and you can certainly see his style from a mile away, but definitely does some different types of stories, and it can be a little bit disorienting when a new book comes out and you sit down to read it and it's like just very different than my expectations. And Wilson, I think, had a little bit of that. This is Mr. Wonderful. This came out from the New York Times whenever
free.
they were serializing different artists, and this was the story that Dan Clowes did. You can see published by Pantheon. Wilson published by Drawn and Quarterly. So most of his output is from Fantagraphics, but there are a couple of ventures outside of there.
And this would represent the kind of graphic novel for a while. Like New York publishers are jumping on board and giving giant advances.
Yes. One of the things I love about this story is our main guy here, Mr. Wonderful, middle-aged guy. This is a type of protagonist I'm starting to enjoy more and more as I identify with them.
I was going to say, this is the Boomer comic.
Yeah, Boomer comic, although, we're moving into that age group quickly. But it's about him, dating this woman. And it's awkward, but it also feels kind of easy for me to recognize. As I meet different people in my life at this age, it's a different experience than whenever you meet friends at school or something when you're a kid. And I identified with some of that stuff throughout here. Always he does formal stuff too. And one of the cool things that I think he plays with in this is he'll often have word balloons overlapping. Of course, whenever I want to point that out, I don't see one.
Right.
But he'll do these things where, like, his thoughts, his inner monologue will overlap what's happening. And it makes for a very interesting perspective on, like, oh, we're seeing this from his point of view to the point that we don't even see exactly what the conversation is at times.
Yeah.
And all these characters are flawed, which I love, the way he's able to show flawed characters. I think it's one of his great strengths.
What a great graphic piece right here. And probably an addition for the book.
Yes, I think so.
To pad it out.
Absolutely. And he does a couple of these, like we're going to get to Ice Haven later, but this is another example where he is cutting up pages and doing this like wider format. Must have been something that just caught his imagination and wanted to play with that in terms of how do we get a comic book amount of material into a book reader, in front of a book reader. And kind of interesting to see him playing around a little bit with that. You also see him saying a love story.
Right.
So a
Tongue-in-cheek.
little bit different there. Well, I mean, it's guys trying to get his date on.
I thought you were gonna say a different D word.
All right. This was one that surprised me in the rankings. A little bit lower than I would have expected it to come in. Caricature, one of his most celebrated stories.
Yeah.
This is a collection. You see 9 stories. After he wraps up the first, I don't know, 11 or 12 issues of 8 Ball, his series, he went through a series of short stories being like a feature piece in the subsequent issues up to, I think, issue 18. And this is a collection of those stories plus one extra. Green Eyeliner appeared in some magazine. I can't remember the
I think
magazine.
it was Esquire.
Yeah, that sounds right. So we start off with one of his all-time great stories. We have a video on this one. There's some amazing material to support caricature out there, like his thumbnails and writing process. I believe this is a story that he wrote visually, which is really exciting to me, and it's a great story. But a lot of these short stories could be, described that way. As a fan of his, you see a bunch of growth.
Totally.
You see him trying different stuff. What the short story allows him to experiment, to do a bunch of interesting characters, different points of views, some
Gosh.
childhood stories that are almost like autobio, if not explicitly autobio. I feel like there are elements of autobio in there. Yeah, how about that? Trying different experiments. So a very attractive book, and I like these short stories, not just Clouds, but short stories in general.
Sure.
I find very exciting. One of the books, here's Green Eyeliner, the book or the story that we said appeared in Esquire. So some new material if you're just an 8 Ball reader. But Black Nylon is also collected. It's the last story in this. We looked at that in another video. I would highly recommend it. This is an exceptional story and one that I have grown. Every time I read it, I like this story more. So again, give me another reading on this and maybe this book will move up a rank or 2 on my list.
Sure.
Very beautiful. And the nice thing with this, if you're not familiar with Dan Clowes and you want to dip in somewhere, this is a nice collection to start because you get a sample of his stories and you kind of get to see his different voice applied in these different stories.
Right.
I noticed whenever I was trying to organize my thoughts on his catalog, a lot of this stuff pairs up.
Right.
So 20th Century 8 Ball, I mentioned not having Orgy Bound and Lout Rampage. Those collect a lot of the short stories from the first 12 or so issues of 8 Ball. Some of that overlaps in here.
I think 100% of it overlaps. And if we were to do a video about what is your recommendation to somebody who's new to Clouds, this is my recommendation.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is a good collection. This moved around a lot as I was trying to place it. This is your table of contents. You can see there's a lot of great stories, and there are classics. Art School Confidential, one of the greatest comics I've ever read.
Yeah.
So that one's in here, which is a great one if you're going to hand it to somebody new.
This was a crucial book at the time too, because we were devoid of new Dan Clowes comics for I feel like years at that point. Maybe he's doing Ghost World movies. I forget exactly what the circumstances were, but it was years before we had a Clowes comic. So this represented the only Clowes comic to come out for a real long time.
Yeah, and you can see there are some new stories just for this collection.
It's that last page. Tits.
Tits McGee. Man, I'm looking at this, and from the very beginning, like the Lloyd Llewellyn's, his lettering is spot on. I look at this kind of thing, and I would just stare at these pages and wonder, might be the best letterer in American comics.
Sure.
I mean, it's hard to beat something like this.
It's between him and Ware.
And look, here you go, Art School Confidential, one of the classics. Used to hear about how this would be photocopied to the point of almost hard to read it.
And OG viral.
And again, experimentation. A very different approach to cartooning than what you see in Art School Confidential, where it's a more traditional scale of your figures. But look at these big head figures, full color. So playing around, and you could do a lot worse than hand this to somebody if you wanted to introduce them to Dan Clowes. It's a pretty good collection, again, of what he's capable of. I mean, look at that. Pretty far out.
Totally.
Yeah, this is a fun collection and a good sample of 8 Ball. Before there were the complete 8 Ball collections, this was a pretty good way to kind of get a sample of, I don't know, a 10-year career of one of the best cartoonists in America. All right. Patience.
Read it once, it's I'm putting it high on the list because he just keeps pushing, but I read it once, you know.
This is one that I am very eager to read again.
Yeah, me too.
These are event books for me. I remember this is one of those I have fond memories of. Whenever it was published, I went home, I sat down, no distractions, no phone, no screens,
Yeah.
and I just enjoyed reading this. And this was, I think this was his first, maybe his longest graphic novel. And I mean, released in full color and hardcover, really embracing that graphic novel format. And I hate to say a genre mashup, but it defies easy classification as to what is this genre. There are sci-fi elements. I mean, you know, we've got time travel featured in this, but it's just a fantastic adventure to read.
Yeah, totally, man. I had this like big tease with this because about 6 months before it came out in the States, I was in Denmark and there was a copy sitting on Peter's desk, the guy who runs the workshop, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna read this way ahead of time. I picked it up. It was in Danish.
I can't believe I didn't know it was published there first. That's wild.
I was probably like, I don't know that those copies were out in stores because
Yeah.
I think he has deals worked out where it's day and date.
Yeah.
But you know, like maybe that's the print facilities are in Denmark or something like for that issue, so it doesn't have to wait for the slow boat from China or whatever.
This was a really exciting one for me visually because this is all the colors in the crayon box.
I was gonna say, like with this one, I think he employs colors that he's never used prior to this, because he previously, if you even grab Icehaven as an example, he had this muted what they classify as the Midwestern color palette,
Yes.
which seems to me it's like pastel-y type colors.
A little bit desaturated. You
Yeah.
can see that's got to be 100% yellow hair.
Yes, and so with this, when he's using 100% yellow, like he builds on this in Monica. See, that's the thing. All of his comics build to
They
the
do.
next,
They do.
and it's all R&D for the next project.
You know, like I don't say that you took a cop out, Ed, by going in the progression of publication, but it is this is one that I think of as fun. Like sometimes some of these books are a little heavier. You know, Wilson has some heavy shit in it.
Sure.
I feel like Patience is an adventure read. You know, it moves at a pretty good clip, and boy, it's eye candy for me.
Yeah.
So here we go. Let's jump around in time a little bit. Go back to the first graphic novel that was serialized in 8-ball, like a velvet glove cast in iron. I'm mad at this cover.
Yeah.
I love the original cover of the first printing of this. I don't have that edition, but this is a probably for a lot of us, this is maybe our first exposure to Dan Clowes. If you're a longtime comics
Absolutely.
reader, that was some of my experience with it. I still think this is one of the most striking images, panels, title page, whatever you want to call it, in all of comics. Like, it just pops. This is the cover of his monograph art book, and good reason for that. So that's how you start a comic series, by the way. This is your page 1 of 8-ball issue 1.
Right.
And damn, dude, if that doesn't leave a mark, I don't know what does.
So this would be like low on the list for me. You know, like this would be closer to like a 9 or a 10. He's figuring stuff out here, man, and it's stream of consciousness, so he doesn't exactly know what all's happening. One of the things that he would mention in interviews is that, like, his first, you put too much personal stuff on the page, and when you read it, you're like, what could that possibly fucking be, man?
Yeah, this is what we're looking at on screen when you say that.
And I do have theories about that, which I will not share here. I'll share it with you on our next drive to Baltimore or whatever. But it's pretty, like, he's dabbling with the idea of doing a big continuing story. Before this, he's doing all like 5-pagers
Yes.
or something. So like he's building that confidence. And there's a lot of growing pains here, man. Like on Clay Loudermilk. Like let's go to page 1 and the last page, and see where how our protagonist progresses. Like this is our guy, right?
Yes, and this is over the course of a couple of years,
Sure.
you know, creating this. I've read in interviews where he talks about how he kind of had to limit his drawing by
Yeah.
the end of this because he still wanted it to all fit together.
Yeah.
But he had grown so much as an artist, so that's kind of just a weird concept to consider.
And it turns to Dan Clowes from that period, you know.
You mentioned about, you know, stream of consciousness. This would often get compared to like David Lynch in the work of David Lynch.
And I don't know how it could not be. Like the Twin Peaks elements are totally there. Twin Peaks was on TV at the time that this was made. He's a hip dude, you know. Like I saw this character is like an iconic like image on a for real like bubble pipe thing from the 60s. Like that's a real character.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of that in here.
The little
this guy.
tattoo is that's a real thing.
Yeah, there's a cult. This is just a strange story. I don't know that it's as good of a story as some of the others that have already appeared on my list, but it's one that I have a personal connection
Sure.
to because it was kind of an entry point. You know, like I read this and went, "What just happened to my brain?"
Yeah, totally. And the way it ends,
And I like that effect. you know?
certainly when I discovered it,
Yeah, there's your little tattoo carving thing on the
and
foot.
I've seen dozens of people with that tattoo. At the age I was when I got it, because I was very young. Yeah, I know, there he is. And then Tina, she's the Boba Fett of Velvet Glove. I was not prepared for such a comic, and it just baffled me. I love the journey, but I was so used to Marvel DC, like stick the landing and give me something that I could hang my hat on, and this does not have that.
Incoherent and engrossing. I think that sums this up pretty well.
Incoherent and engrossing, perfect.
But visually, man, it's very powerful to me. All right, so I think we're up to number 6 now on my list. I should have kept numbers running as we went, but this is The Death Ray. Probably the biggest book on the Dan Clowes list.
And if you held a gun to my head, this would probably be number 1.
Ooh,
for me.
exciting. I really enjoy this book. This is a fun read. This was the follow-up to Ice Haven, which I think it felt like it was a big leap for Clowes, you know, like conceptually. And then it's that thing of like you discover something, and now you almost get to build a book or a story around that discovery. And in this case, it's using a lot of different styles, points of view, jumping through time. It really creates for fiction, I think it really creates that thing of open storytelling where it's kind of up to you, the reader, to make sense of certain moments in this story.
You know what else it does,
Combined
man?
with the love of superheroes that a lot of us have.
Totally, which probably is what edges it high on my list for me. But what else it does is it solves the problem that occurred with Velvet Glove, where he had to limit his style to try to keep cohesion. Well, what if you just don't have that kind of cohesion? What if you don't bind yourself to that? What if you realize that was a mistake in your process, because it's not going to be like I could do this every couple of months or something. It's going to take me a long time to make the comics I want to make. So don't bind yourself to a style, and the form follows function.
Yeah, and this also continues. I think Ice Haven was his first full color book.
Yeah.
And this is the second one. So like you're seeing a guy who's added a significant element to his storytelling tool set and probably getting more comfortable with it and applying some of those lessons. So this is a fun book for sure. I think the superhero genre keeps that fun tone, again, compared to some of these books that may be a little heavier at times or a little bit different genre. The superhero keeps it, I don't want to say whimsical, but look at the spread.
Right.
That's the word I'm going to go with here. Really fantastic. Also, he's so good visually. I think that's not always accepted because this is not your foreshortening of Marvel style, but he's able to just go in a lot of different directions visually, and because he's such a strong writer, I think that sometimes he doesn't get the visual due that he deserves. Extremely inventive, and this book shows off that inventiveness. Man, Ed, David Boring, talk about one of the early works for me. David Boring, first part, was when I started reading Dan Clowes.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, I'm buying up all the Clowes, the 8-balls, the collections that I could find, everything I could find, and then buying the David Boring issues as they would come out slowly. So this is another one that is very near and dear to my heart. This is one I bought used because I had the single issues.
Right.
So you can see I guess Greg owned this book before I got hold of it. This is one I'm excited to actually look at on the channel because I think there's a lot here in terms of his other work.
Yeah.
I think Monica has some stuff that he figured out story-wise in David Boring, and visually this is another one. I think he is drawing this digitally. The grayscales, not the line art, but I think the grayscale, it's not applied by like a Zipatone. I think it's a grayscale that's applied digitally.
And I think actually what he's doing is it's a ink on paper,
Mm-hmm.
and it just gets converted. I don't know 100%, but this may be the first, the issues of 8-Ball where this corresponds with might be the first introduction of like John Kuramoto coming in with the computer chops to hip him to production, because there's that like the Wayne Boring kind of like dot color separation stuff that's being done. there's different. There's different kinds of grays showing up too, because I think sometimes there's a zipatone gray.
Yeah, and you know what? Some of this is feathered gray, which would make me think it's a second layer that he's either scanning or doing like an overlay or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very noir story, which is where I think this gray and all this emphasis on shadow comes from, and I find that super appealing.
Yeah.
You know, as a guy who is capable of color, this is really going to another level.
We honestly might not make it.
I'll keep going. What can you do? All right, now we're in our top 5. Pussy.
Sure.
This is an old one. We did a video on this. Highly recommend it. And this is just, for me, about as funny as comics get.
Totally. And this might be my number 2, if like gun to the head.
This is one of those that is just fun for me to read, and it's so cool because it does overlap with comics history. So you read this, and you can find characters in real life that some of these Dr. Infinity and Stan Lee, right? You know, there's some obvious analogs. But even like Art Spiegelman and Raw, like he's really going through the spectrum of comics at this time and taking shots at everybody.
All the way up to like Rob Liefeld and those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a pretty fun...
There he is, Gummo Bubble Man. And people call Art Spiegelman Gummo Bubble Man behind his back. I've heard that in responses a lot of times.
It's amazing. And this is one of those examples where like you've got a concept, right? This was serialized, the short stories. And when you get to like the origin of Dan Pussy, I feel like this really shows off his writing skills, where it's like, I've been thinking about this character and ooh, I got an idea for this. Like the young Dan, you know, and what he looks like drawing his characters in school and being ridiculed. It's rich in a way that should be a throwaway gag. He really builds a character out of it.
And he's able to express such utter frustration at a time when he needed to. Because like who was his table next to at San Diego Comic-Con?
That's what this is cutting promos on the comics industry. All right, number 3, Ghost World. I can't remember if we covered this or not, Ed, but this is...
Oh, we did an episode on this.
His big seller here. This is another one that was serialized. Started out as a short story. Did one episode, no plans to do more, but those characters took over and ends up being one of his most famous stories as a result of that. I always think about the 2-color, which is kind of like a television convention I think he's talked about in various interviews. That's what I see here, and why not? Looks good to me.
Yeah, don't they call it blue light?
They do indeed, yep. That is a book that I have gifted to people over the years. You know, I feel like that's one that you could hand a non-comics reader and they'd have no problem understanding it and being able to keep up and go along. Ice Haven, one of the great single issues in comic book format, and in this case, reformatted again for that bookstore crowd, bookstore sales, and
for that bigger price tag.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I kind of like reading it this way. I think it works pretty well. It feels more like a comic strip in certain ways, or a comic strip collection, which was one of the conceits of the original. And this is a mystery, a kidnapping mystery set in a small town, Ice Haven being that town, and a chance for Klaus to show off what a writer he is, as we see a cast of, I don't know, 20 plus characters, and we follow several of those characters in their own strips, in their own styles, kind of having their own storylines. Just an amazing inventive. I remember when this came out, all of my friends in comics, we talked about this a lot.
Absolutely.
Because there were some new narrative devices in Ice Haven.
So what's the number 1, Jimmy?
Number 1.
We shared that.
Is Monica. And I don't want to spoil anything. We will do an episode on this coming up. But I will say part of my figuring out a list was, what do I want to read next out of my Dan Clowes collection? And I am eager to read Monica again. So who knows? Maybe next year I'd rearrange some of these. But as of now, I am super psyched to get into this book again, and I'm super psyched for the episode we'll do on this in the time appropriate upcoming month.
Absolutely. Sounds great to me, man. I can't wait to crack this open again because it does feel like a culmination of all of his experience from all the comics that we just showed off. We'll leave it at that. You good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We can notify you when new vids are available. The Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon will get you the videos before anybody else gets them. We are going to be at Baltimore Comic Con, but ultimately the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got.
True Crime Funnies is my latest book, self-published. 3 nonfiction stories. I have sold out of the first printing. So if you want one, you can get a PDF at my website, or you can read it on my Patreon, and reprints are coming. My other books that are available: The Plain Janes for the young adult audio, Deadliest Girl Alive, back in print after almost a year out of print from Image Comics, and my Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition. Look at that oversized masterpiece. Pick that one up wherever books and comics are sold.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. It's collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree with 150 plus pages of additional material. The books are here. The Eagle has landed. It's the best book I ever made it, and it's cheaper than a Marvel Omnibus, so get your hands on that. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is coming out in time for the holidays also. One of those volumes is out of print as we speak, so this will be your chance to get all of it in one handy dandy collection. And Red Room is the comic I'm working on now. Crypto Killers is the latest series, and there are 3 issues out as we speak. 4th one coming soon. Scoop those up. 2 trade paperbacks of that are out there, and I'm serializing my new comics on my Patreon called Switchblade Shorties. It'll be a daily strip inevitably once I build up a big enough queue. Jimmy, what are some other ways that people can support the channel?
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Given those marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
So the 5% was for this.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, this died.
Interesting. This is near death.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? There were like incongruous percentages coming up. I'm
Yeah.
getting a 5% here, but then a 10. Like, what's
That's chaos. Man, I'll tell you what. This thing needs to work out its bugs.
It
That
really
is
does. Yeah, it really does.
Inopportune timing on its part. I thought maybe I can record a commercial on your setup,
Sure.
like the minute commercial, and
Sure.
then you can just send it to me.
Yeah, sounds good. Grab the wire at the root, and it'll show up. Like it's plugged into the wall up top. Like
I got it.
okay.
Fell down.
I hope that video does well because I wouldn't mind doing more of those kinds of videos.
Yeah, totally.
And hopefully it'll be easier to sort out some other stuff. I really don't have like a bummer in his catalog, which is remarkable.
Yeah, I would say that the last one is probably, well, no, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because I just haven't read Mr. Wonderful enough times.
Yeah, it's just really, like I said, if I started fresh tomorrow, the rankings would probably be a lot different.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Yes, sir. Hey, I looked it up and we have not done John Byrne's Next Men.
Okay.
I don't know how much that makes you want to do it, but FYI, we're talking Byrne's creator owned stuff. That one's still that's one we should do.
Absolutely, man. That'll get a good bump.
Yeah, that was my favorite book for a while, so that'd be one that I would enjoy talking about.
while you're still in that talkative state, I'll have you
Yep.
do that commercial piece. Separate app no longer required. How about we want the fucking separate app?
Yeah.
Let me just try, man. Yeah. That sucks so much.
It's strange, like how
I
well
just-
that performed compared to what this thing does.
I know. It's trash. And I guess one thing I am curious to see is if it's any better on mine,
Yeah.
because it was not that bad. Like, it lagged out and fucked up a little bit. Alright, how do we do this? For latency, maybe by satellite. Well, like yours had independent, so mine has satellite, and if anything is different,
I don't even know what that means.
it's yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's just how the camera view. Okay. So if any of this is different, we'll see. Just a second. Just because of applause, I have to pause. Maybe say, like, we interrupt this daily video. Or we'll get back to this daily video after, yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah, I wasn't plugging the daily part. Something to
handle
hit.
it in this.
We interrupt today's video to tell everyone we will be at Baltimore Comic-Con September 8th, 9th, and 10th. We also want to remind everyone these videos are brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 levels there that will get you access to our videos ahead of everybody else. And at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get all the videos first, and you'll get to sit in on the recording sessions. These videos are also brought to you by the books that we make. Ed Piskor's Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, collecting all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics in one handsome volume, along with 140 extra pages, will be out this fall. The proof is here, and it is shipping now to comic book stores and bookstores near you. Put your name on a copy ahead of time if you want to make sure you don't miss out. Red Room Crypto Killers. The final series of Red Room comics is now being serialized. Issues 1, 2, and 3 are available. 4 will be out shortly. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room. They are all self-contained. So buy whichever one you see first and enjoy yourself. X-Men Grand Line is going to be collected all 3 volumes in one oversized volume this fall from Marvel Comics. Put your name on a pre-order for X-Men Grand Design if you want to get that in time for Christmas. My latest books, True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction comics, true crime and wrestling comics. These are available on my website or on my Patreon. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive from Image Comics, collecting 8 complete stories of the Deadliest Girl Alive, the Plain Janes for the young adult reader in your life, and the Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition is available now wherever books and comics are sold. And now back to today's video.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah, man, they are not helping us at all. I wonder if there's other software or app using to record this stuff.
Yeah.
What's our other video besides this one?
This one, and then
So there's 2 other ones.
yeah, there's this one. There's the Tomb of Dracula's, and then there's that box of books that I bought. That would just kind of shotgun through a little bit, which really would benefit from having.
You ready?
Yeah. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor,
I'm Jim Rugg.
and the Eagle has landed. Jimmy, the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is here, and I want to show it off to people who are thinking about buying it. But first, got to let you guys know that we are heading to Baltimore Comic Con second weekend of September, and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon get access to all of our videos before anybody else, and they get access to this live stream recording session that we are doing right this minute. And Jimmy, here it is, dude. It just came in the mail a day or 2 ago. I've been walking around with this thing like it's a newborn. It's the best book I ever made, and we've been showing off the kind of process for this book for the past couple of months. It took a while, but it's here, man. Look at how thick that sucker is.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous book.
Trying to figure out how much time like this represents, and the original books were 4.5 years to make, just the comics part of it. But then we broke it down into monthlies, and then there's splash pages, commentary tracks, and there are new covers and stuff that I'm drawing for that, so that's extra drawing time. And then for this book here, I did things like these episode introductions that were like new comic book covers, and then
Those are sharp.
you know, you got to start off on this side of the book. Is that recto or verso? I always forget. So you got to draw a fresh piece to kind of bookend these things to keep the pagination correctly. So spent, you know, an extra month or something on this thing. The paper that was chosen, perfect, pitch perfect. Love the gold foil.
That gold foil is such a piece of genius. We have been looking at the proofs in past episodes before the book actually got here. I'm jealous of that gold foil. I want to do a book with gold foil so bad.
You need to do a book
Have
with
you
gold
seen
foil.
it? It really flatters this coloring. So
Right.
like the coloring that's against it really shows off. And we didn't spend time on it, but we have talked about it in the past about the spine And this is a good spread to illustrate that. Doing the white spine really pops, and you see what the white does against this color palette.
Yeah, totally, man. Like, this is where I first started experimenting with that. I would do little bits here and there on various early pages, but just seeing how much that pops, it's a trick that people really get caught up in, and I read theories about the white, and all it is the white of the paper.
Yeah, of course. Maybe we shouldn't be saying all this if people are mystified by it.
Everything else is colored, but you just leave that piece open, and it shines, man.
It really does. It looks like a special effect.
Made a lot of discoveries while making this comic, and there was Let the Fire Burn, that documentary about the African family who lived in Philadelphia, had all their own. They were sort of self-sufficient house, and the people of Philadelphia did not like that, and literally dropped a bomb on their house, and 2-3 people survived out of that. Kids were killed. Ramona, Africa, and a little dude got out of there, but they had a damn turrets and shit up top. So they had the high road, they had, and shooting would happen. They literally dropped the satchel. But there's that old song, the roof is on fire. Like, it sort of comes from that. Made lots of discoveries this round, man. But I wanted this to be an all-encompassing package. That was super important, dude. This is the 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. The way that it started was a weekly strip that I did on boingboing.net, came up with the idea January 1st of 2012, man. So January 9th, I think it was when the first strip showed up. It was a 3-pager, so I drew those 3 pages inside of a week. And it was a lot of fun. These 3 pages up to here ended there. I liked doing the comic. I liked doing the strip. I was excited about it more than anything I ever did up to this point. And when I would wake up, I would be able to how my strips tracked on Boing Boing. I didn't realize how powerful a tool it was, and they gave a lot of metrics away that you probably have to buy or something.
Yeah,
you have
right.
to buy ad rev. So I was able to see how many people were sharing it on Facebook. There was a site called Topsy that I think Twitter bought to just destroy, that showed not only the amount of tweets and retweets, but the individual accounts. So I was able to see which rappers were sharing it. And when I got home, what happened was the strip comes out, I avoid the internet, I go get lunch with Tom, and I come back. And when I go get lunch with him, I'm telling him, dude, I did this strip, I put it out, I really hope it does well, because I want to do another one. And when I got home, probably 2 hours after it came out, 10,000 retweets, more than 10,000 people shared it on Facebook, and I'm like, word, this is the comic I will be focusing my energy on for a while now.
I think that's one of the great stories that I don't hear very many people talk about, but the ability to track what you're doing, it's one of the benefits of doing online comics, web comics, posting your work online.
Yes.
Is that if you're experimenting and doing different stuff, it allows you to instantly see what connects.
Totally.
And it's not talked about enough how important it is to be on top of your audience that way.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, when it happens, you notice it. And up to that point, I did 12 or 13 weeks worth of strips on Boing Boing that were just random stuff. And they would have varying levels of success, and sometimes catch a little viralness. The ones that I put the most effort in would catch the most heat for sure. But then when this one came out, it was heads and tails, maybe more popular than all of the other ones put together. And if that doesn't tell you something, then you got to be daffy. So you can kind of mimic that with your own Instagram or webtoon comic or something like that. You do something a little different, something happens, maybe stick with that for a little while. This is another piece that I drew brand new for the collection here.
Guys are sharp.
Run DMC piece.
Almost like chapter breaks.
Exactly, because it's a different experience, It's a different experience. It's almost like those volumes are just chapters of a single book, which
are now.
Which this is, man. And in the original volumes, there's content in there worth having that we did not bring over to this because I didn't draw those pieces. You hooked me up with at least 2 cool pinups, and each volume I would get 10 friends to do their piece. Man, didn't put those in here because it's already a 500-page book, so we didn't need to add an extra 50 because it's already heavy, and you don't want it to get too unwieldy. But pretty much every piece I drew for the book is in here.
That's really cool. That extra material is really great, and whether it's new pieces or some of the notes and things in the back stand out to me. But we just recorded a video where we talk about Dan Clowes, and often he would add pages or revise pages as they were collected, as they were reprinted, because it's a chance to fix something, it's a chance to make it a little better, it's a chance to add value.
Right.
And I mean, like, this is the deluxe edition. You want it to be as good as it can be, and it is your chance to sort of like add that chapter break.
Absolutely.
You know, make this thing really sing to its maximum. And that's another one I feel like not everybody does that, and it's like, why not? Once you see it in print, you can kind of adjust and go, you know what, a little bit more of this or that really puts it over the top.
I don't want to give too much of the stuff away.
Those cards are cool. Did you ever make cards?
Nah, these were just the back covers of the single issues, but certainly inspired by the Marvel Universe Series 2 cards. And you draw the notable guys. Like on the Key Collectors app, they put whatever issue this is in as a hot key just because of this back cover.
Wow, that's neat.
Yeah.
Those would be sweet as cards.
Photo galleries. This was a fun thing that would happen just randomly whenever the book started to come out. Is
Bill Clinton.
Yeah, you see, because like there's like Hip Hop Family Tree right back there. It's a heck of a trip, man. This is Tacky 183. He's considered to be like the originator of New York City graffiti because he was writing Tacky 183 so much that there was like a Time magazine article like who is Tacky 183, and you know he's still around. Got his hands on that Hip Hop Family Tree graphic novel, man. Charlie Ahern, director of Wild Style. DMC a couple of times, man, because he did a couple of loops at comic conventions and things. With his DMC comic, which is the size of Hip Hop Family Tree, don't get it twisted. And then lots of notes about what went into each and every page.
I think that stuff is super valuable. It's something I always enjoy in a book, and I'm surprised that more people don't do it.
I do it because I want more cartoonists to do it. Like, imagine if your favorite cartoonists had even more material in the back. Just sold at Sotheby's auction house last week, man.
Nice.
Thanks to the anonymous buyer who scooped that one up. There you have it, man. The Eagles landed, and it is the best book that I ever made, and I hope that everybody supports it. And by all indicators right now, it's already doing pretty well. But obviously, if you have a good comic shop in town, visit them, put in that pre-order, put in that request. If you do not have a good comic shop in town, then go that online route. No sweat.
Yeah, and as we have said before, it's one thing to pre-order it before it's printed, but now there's a finite number of copies.
Yeah,
so put your name on one of them.
That's what happens, man. We get a kind of a sense of how many to print because of the pre-orders and some of the initial interest, and that number has come in, but it is a limited number, and a reprint of this takes 6 to 8 months to come back into stock. So there you have it. Thank you guys so much for supporting the comics up to this date. Thank you for supporting Cartoonist Kayfabe. Let's get out of here, Jimmy. Like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We have the Patreon for Cartoonist Kayfabe. We have an appearance that we're going to make at Baltimore Comic-Con, second weekend in September. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. I just showed you my Hip Hop Family Tree omnibus. There's going to be X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback coming to you in time for the holidays. And the Red Room series is my latest comic. Crypto Killers is the third and final installment in my Red Room comics. There's Trigger Warnings and the Antisocial Network. But Jimmy, tell the people what you got going on.
True Crime Funnies is my latest comic, self-published. I am reprinting the physical copies now because thank you very much. You guys bought all the first ones. But you can also read this as a PDF on my website or on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRug, where you can see all of my latest comics and download a lot of out-of-print zines and mini comics. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive is back in print from Image Comics. 8 complete full-color stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. Plain Jane's is available for the young adult readers out there. And, of course, the Hulk Grand Design Oversized Treasury Edition fluorescent green cover. You can see it's bigger than an average comic. You can't miss it if your comic shop has a copy, and those are going quick, so pick those up if you haven't already.
There are a few other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you would enlighten the people, let them know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to keep the channel going. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
I just stopped it. Like this whole thing is done. Like when it's like that, you just gotta close it out and reopen it, and then do that. And just if you can, just keep doing it. Try to keep up on that, just so that we make sure that it's all good.
Hey, this is a new wrinkle.
Yeah,
Not having the whole history of comments.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if you go like this. Oh no, it didn't. It didn't. No. Yeah, no, it didn't. You it does that online on the computer.
And I feel like all of my technology's turning against me.
I know, dude.
It's so strange that it doesn't show up in studio. You know, like.
Yeah, it's like
it's our video.
It wants it wants a whole. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because we have access to every video that's like unlisted and all that kind of shit. Normally, but just not these live ones. You know what it is? It becomes what they call bloatware in software, where, because we had access to that before. And it was no problem. But they keep playing with stuff for some reason, and then it becomes less effective. And it really isn't us kibitzing about it sucks because it's different or changed. It literally is less. It's more steps.
This is already.
Yeah, if you're good, I'm good. Cause I'll just hit it with this. You good?
Yeah.
The best way to look at Gene Colan and Tom Palmer's Tomb of Dracula comics. Stay tuned. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
And today we're going to be taking a look at the Tomb of Dracula Essentials, which for my money is the best way to take a look at that pristine black and white artwork of Gene Colan and Tom Palmer. But first, got to let you guys know that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. And at that Patreon, this mitigates the kayfabe effect. This will be a kayfabe affected book because they are no longer making these essentials, and they are going for a premium on the aftermarket. But there is a cheapest version that is online, and the King Kayfabers are getting it before you do if you are not on that Patreon. Jimmy and I are going to be going to the Baltimore Comic-Con the second weekend in September. And without further ado, Jimmy, let's just have an eye candy video where we go through Tomb of Dracula, the kind of magnum opus written by Marv Wolfman, Gene Colan on art duties, and Tom Palmer on the inks, man.
It's a pretty powerful creative, and they stayed intact for the whole run. I think after the first couple of issues, they get solidified, and that's it. Then they are on board.
Pretty much, and it's the bottom, like it's Marv Wolfman. You got guys like Gardner Fox drawing, writing the original couple, and then once Marv Wolfman pops on, they stick with it for years.
I remember one of the first times I ever hung out with Steve Bissett. We were talking, catching up, telling comic stories that mean something to us, and he was telling me about how he collected these in high school. And I don't know if you did this, Ed, but you try to sneak comics into your school projects,
Sure.
your English class, your art class. And he said he was presenting them as like this graphic novel in his English class, and it's so interesting to think of where these kinds of proto graphic novels, their history, and I think this is legitimately one of them for Marvel.
There are the creators who kind of abhor the superhero.
Yes.
Buscema comes to mind. I never heard Gene Colan talk smack on doing Daredevil all those years, but this feels like a place that he was more comfortable and interested.
He is so great with shadows, and you think like a book about vampires and nighttime, that's what you need in the artist. His art really shines on this. Probably his best work, I think.
Right. I'm looking at Vince Colletta inks, man. Let's see how Vinnie Mac stands up to Tom Palmer.
Look at these, thinking again about Bissett. We talked to him about how much he doesn't like the grid, and you see Colan very comfortable going outside of that typical grid format.
Imagine the reference required for such a comic, Jimmy. Like, where do you find Transylvanian architectures and those Gothic rooms and stuff like that? Like, it's a whole different set of tools that Colan needs access to just even make this comic. Of course, first appearance of Blade, the Vampire Slayer, as he's called here.
Yeah, very cool. Love the logo and everything.
Unmistakable Gene Colan art, right?
Yes.
Like what is it? It's like gummy people, something about the drapery. There's like a Lou Fine-ishness to the anatomy.
He bends physics in a way that is unique to him, but I think is comparable to a Kirby. And it creates a real dynamic quality to this artwork. Sometimes you'll see a car, jumping up over the horizon and stuff, and it's not straight lines, but it really adds to that feeling of motion and movement. There's probably some on that cover of the bikes. It's just he has the qualities that we celebrate with Kirby, but they're unique to Colan. It's not like he's getting them from Kirby.
Now we're looking at the Tom Palmer stuff. And Gene Colan is a very tough penciler to ink, because a lot of the heavy lifting is up to you, the inker, to delineate what are these lines that you're giving me, Gene, because this is a medium that requires black and white lines, and you're giving me some side of the pencil action with the lighting and with the shading, and you're giving me gray values to sell me on the lighting. You're doing the opposite of what needs to be done for this book to reproduce. So you need the right inker to translate that material.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always think Tom Palmer, I love him on Neil Adams. I love him on Gene Colan.
Two challenging pencilers.
Yes, and a very certain skill set that my favorite inkers would bring to those guys. Probably may not work with every style, but it works well with Gene Colan.
There are 4 essentials to complete the graphic novel that is Tomb of Dracula. Do you remember the other Steve Bissett graphic novel that he presented in class?
Mm-mm.
First Kingdom.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he says it in our shoot interview.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
It's what we had at the time. And by we, I mean he, because I was negative years old. Interesting stuff in the back there. Very likely this could be surprints. One of the things that Tom Palmer brought into Marvel DC is the earliest uses of surprint technology.
Look at how he's applying whatever that is, a screen, a surprint, something, to like clouds.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. The thing is, we want to see how this is printed,
Right.
because they take a little bit of liberties here.
There's also a great artist edition of some of this material out there.
Is that true?
Yeah, for fans who are, love a Gene Colan and love this kind of style, it's nice that exists. Talk about living at the right time, right place, right time, that you can see original art by Gene Colan in an affordable edition like that.
I think it was pretty nuts that at the time
That was cool.
This isn't the only This isn't the only comics that Gene Colan would be drawing, and he'd be doing some Howard the Duck, and he might even still have been on Daredevil a little bit.
Did some great Doctor Strange.
I know he had his frictions and stuff with Jim Shooter.
Yeah.
Around this era, to the point that he fucking left.
Yeah, this is amazing. Some of the montage stuff and some of this stuff that's like atmosphere. So inventive. Like, how do you draw that? And even like, how is that described in a script?
Yeah, totally. The other thing is, like, how do you even write this kind of comic? Because, like, is it the same fucking story every issue? You know? Like, I'll tell you this, up to the point that I'm at reading, it is. Look at that, dude, mixing a little bit of Marvel Universe into the story. Because, by and large, this does not really bleed into the other comics. Here's another noteworthy piece. Comicdom's #1 Fear magazine. It won all those kind of like Eagle Awards and whatever awards existed at the time. This is cited as like McFarlane's Desert Island pick
Wow.
comic.
I would not have guessed that in a million years.
The other place that I heard about it outside of comic book culture was Quentin Tarantino. I think it was either on his Video Archives podcast or it was on the audio commentary track to From Dusk Till Dawn with Robert Rodriguez, where he was given shout-outs to Gene Colan specifically.
Colan has a coolness to his art that not very many artists, like mainstream comic book superhero artists have. That stuff's a little bit square and wonky, especially I think in the 70s. Colan has a coolness to his art.
Absolutely.
Like this stuff has a film noir feeling. There's just something about it that separates it. That said, I do think there's a vein of 70s books that this fits comfortably in. So I can see people outside of comics that would be like, oh yeah, Tomb of Dracula, cool. Masters of Kung Fu, possibly Ghost Rider. There's just these books that are, I don't know, strange, kind of genre bending. Maybe Starlin's Warlock.
Right.
These really hard to classify comics.
And it's so noteworthy that the basic creative team, Gene Colan's the connective tissue, sticks on the entire time.
It's funny to see like the anguished woman, close up face and think like, oh yeah, he was also good at romance comics.
Right.
Like what you can bring from those different genres and then just light it a little bit differently and you've got a horror book.
I think towards the end of this series, it was kind of like a legacy series that they sort of allowed to continue. I don't think it, by any stretch it was a top 10 book ever, but they saw that it was going somewhere for a certain period of time. Marv Wolfman is editor-in-chief for A Cup of Coffee and becomes his own editor for years, and they were able to sneak this one through for a while. Very famously, he's interested in that material. Blade is a character that he created before Tomb of Dracula. That was something that needed to be ironed out legally. But they had this comic continue, and I believe when Jim Shooter had his frictions with Gene Colan, there were threats of, having some schmuck finish up the art duties or to just cut it off beforehand, coitus interruptus, before you get any kind of resolution at the end. And it is a good thing that whether, it was intended to go 70 issues or if they had to quickly wrap something up, at least they gave that opportunity. And it is the first 3 essentials that collect the complete Tomb of Dracula comic. We'll skip that last one just for the heck of it. But there's still another essential to go and a little bit more back matter, because when Warren took a little bite out of the comics biz, Marvel started making magazines. Black and white magazines in the same fashion as Warren, but with way better artists. Even though Gene Colan was a Warren artist at some point, these by and large are better looking than those late period Warren magazines. Or the
Ditko?
Yeah, it is. Or the Warren magazines of contemporary to when these were coming out.
It's interesting to see these guys that usually do hard black and white doing the washes.
Absolutely. And it was an era where you had to be an ambidextrous illustrator. So, like, maybe you get some comics work here and there, but you got to do illustrations in magazines, and you got to do birthday cards and draw coloring books and just be able and know how to draw everything. Now, this is the one that has the most kind of schizophrenic talent pool, because it comes from Tomb of Dracula magazine, Dracula Lives, and Frankenstein's Monster. So this is just kind of riding high off of the original.
That's encouraging because I have the first 2 volumes of this, and I feel like I just need volume 3 to.
P.O. Box 3071, Munhall, PA 15120.
Thank you, Ed.
Put that in Jimmy's hands, man. But these ain't stinkers.
No, not bad at all.
You could tell though that like they're trying to figure out how the hell to reproduce this stuff for the essential format. Which,
It's a struggle.
as time went on with the essentials, they had access to less and less pristine black and white stuff, and they always had trouble. Like you could tell it maybe that they're just scanning from an actual magazine, because it looks like almost like a fractal of dots.
Look at the screens on this. Like that's your very traditional screen tone, but then like this other stuff is some different materials being used there.
Yeah, this is Klaus ink and Buscema.
I always wonder, like in a situation where you have an inker and a penciler, who's doing the grayscale? It's got to be the inker, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. But then I wonder, like, doing ink wash, that's a scary proposition. Do you make a copy and do it kind of like you do color guides, or do you do the ink
No
wash on the
idea.
board? There's airbrush being used on this here.
Yeah, that sky's airbrushed.
Absolutely.
You're right about the reproduction. Is a lot of range in the reproduction.
Reasonably spotty. But for my money, man, for those first 3 Tomb of Dracula essentials, that's the way. Like, it works beautifully in black and white. You do not need... And perhaps you even lose a little something with the mechanical color separations that were used that first 100 years of comics making. Because it is a noir, chiaroscuro type of a comic. You don't need the color.
Is that John Buscema?
Some of it looks like it, right?
Yeah. Although it looks like somebody's really inking that stuff quick.
John Verputten is doing the ink duties on it.
Yeah, it looked like that one was one they had to get to press quickly.
Yeah, dude. We
It was cool that Marvel did these essentials, as many as they did. It's I'm sure we'll get comments about people bummed that it's gone or whatever. But man, they reprinted a lot of stuff at an affordable price. If you were buying comics in these early 2000s when the essentials were coming out, you could really get some good comics for in pretty good shape. Some of them, reproduction here not the best, but like some of the line art from like the Kirby Fantastic Fours and things like that, they're pretty sharp. I think they reprinted them from film.
right.
And that black line was, if it was a clean black line, you would get pretty good reproductions.
Absolutely. I was a firm believer in the essentials. I grabbed all the first ones for a while. It was Spider-Man, then it was Giant Size. It was the new X-Men, and then maybe it was Wolverine was the next. And I was just scooping them up fairly religiously. Fantastic Four, Avengers, and then it started to get to like Dazzler.
Yes. Yeah, the 70s stuff was so peculiar. There would be like the 70s Marvel horror, where it'd be a mashup, like Damien Hellstorm and, everybody that had like 7, 8, 10 issues.
Right. Yeah, like I was interested less in those, but it started in the 90s, by the way. Like, it absolutely did, because I remember when I was 15,
Wow.
maybe 14, like, in the hospital with Essential X-Men 2, the one that's, like, all John Byrne stuff, man. So, like, I was 14, 15 years old when that went down. So, it was going on, and there was no pirate channels. Like, there was no way to read that stuff, period,
Right.
unless you were getting those $50 Marvel Masterworks books.
Which would be
Is that
like
what it's
10
called?
issues. They were always...
With the
that was a tough one to buy.
with the shit color. I never bought one of those things. And they knew that it was shit because they're all in polybag, or like, they're like shrink wrapped, because they know that they're shit.
There are hardcore collectors of those things, and with that are online in message board groups and stuff.
You know what
like
that
cataloging where everything has been reprinted in those Marvel Masterworks.
Yeah, I think guys like Kurt Busiek and stuff had to use those for their own work. But I think that is a consequence of the old adage: if you can't be with the one you love the one you're with. And what else were you going to do, man? Like, get the Marvel's Greatest Heroes stuff that were spotty and cut pages out of the original issues? Like,
I would always look for the essentials where it'd be like a run of some great artist. And I think the Wolverine Essentials would have some of that, where it'd be like, oh, this is that Silvestri in black and white,
Oh,
Silvestri
yeah.
and Dan Green.
That would be volume 2.
John Buscema and Sienkiewicz on top. Mark Texiera in the Wolverines, about 6 or 8 issues worth, but those are pretty sharp.
That'd be volume 3.
Yes.
And I have all of those marked for their own individual episodes that would be done exactly at this level. So, Kayfabers, if you are not familiar, or if you agree, you better go on the hunt right now, man, because I do think that these can tend to get a little pricey when they show up, but they get cheap sometimes, man. There are sometimes people that post these things up. I never paid more than $20 for any of these things, but as the later volumes go, like they're printing less and less of them, they're just it's supply and demand.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's why it's beautiful to be a King Kayfaber. Good to go, Jimmy?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. The Patreon is the place to mitigate the kayfabe effect because the King Kayfabers get the videos before anybody else gets to see them. Jimmy and I are going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con the second weekend of September, and the videos are brought to you ultimately by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what they're looking at on screen right now.
True Crime Funnies. This is my latest self-published comic book. Has 3 self-contained nonfiction stories. I have sold out of this first run, but I will be reprinting them this fall. And also, you can read the digital copies on my website or on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I post my new work to all of my patrons. You can also pick up books that are still in print, like The Plain Janes for the young adult readers out there, Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, my superhero, homeless ninja on a skateboarder, 8 complete stories in Deadliest Girl Alive. This was out of print for a while, but now it is back from Image Comics, so get that wherever you buy comics. And of course, the treasury-sized Hulk Grand Design with the fluorescent green cover. You can't miss it. My love letter to the Incredible Hulk, along with a lot of the creators that made the Incredible Hulk the character that he is today.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. The book is done. The book is printed. The book is bound. And I am happy to show it off to you. 500 plus pages of material. We're talking 150 pages more than what you got in the original 4 volumes. The ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree. But that is not the only holiday effort to come out this year. X-Men Grand Design is coming to you sooner than later. In November, I believe, is when you can expect that. It's collecting all 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design that I put together. Red Room is my current efforts. 2 trade paperbacks of that are out there as we speak, and Red Room Crypto Killers is the last miniseries to come out. Issue 4 is forthcoming. There are 3 issues out right now. Each issue is self-contained. So if you see an issue that you like, that catches your fancy, give it a read. If you dig it, grab another issue. There are other ways to support the channel, however. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way, Jimmy.
Read more comics.
So the one advantage is that it's easier now to hit the record button and stuff now, the way that it's placed. All right, Jimmy, we're gonna shotgun. We're gonna shotgun a bunch of comics. So, guys, I bought 3 long boxes full of comics. One is like 3/4 to being full, maybe more than 3/4. Random books from the aughts. And over time, over maybe the next 3 weeks, we'll go through them all. Don't know much about them, but the one thing that I did know is that, like, out of all those boxes, there are very, very few that will be doubles for me. The exception being some Mignola Hellboys. But one of the things,
You know what that's fodder for is next year's.
That's fucking right. That's fucking right, dude. And I even told it was my teacher I bought it off of, and I was like, "Oh, this is worth way more than $1," because he's selling them for $1.
Yeah.
And bought the box off him. Bought this box off him for $40, but then I bought 2 other boxes for $25 a piece, so it works out to $30. and I think it works out to about 16 cents per issue.
Yeah, that's always the fun thing to do when you buy these comics in bulk is figure out what you're actually paying for them.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been through this in past videos whenever we do like a box review.
Yeah.
And it's like, how many did you actually sneak into the box?
Right. Yeah, and then we blew up our spot.
Yeah, we did do some damage to ourselves with that.
We're so giving, Jim.
Uh-huh.
They just don't know the sacrifices that we've made for this channel,
Yeah, sharing our secrets with everybody.
including the proprietors of said stores.
Loose lips, sink ships. I don't know why that live chat is cut off on here.
Yeah, don't even.
Makes
I
me
mean, there's
so
nothing you can do
angry.
about it, you know. So we'll do a half hour tops.
I don't even know how to address some of these tech problems. Like,
Yeah,
they're just
no.
so random.
One of the things that is, well, I'll show you.
Yeah, save it.
I'll show you. Don't exactly know how best to do it. I feel like, is this a stand-upper?
Maybe.
I'll put the box. Man, now I'm gonna be blocking the fucking Kayfabe dudes.
You could swing the chair over so it doesn't block anything and put the box there,
Yeah.
and then you want this chair?
That might be the way to go.
Alfred, your wish is our command here, man.
What do you say?
We should do more unboxing videos. He misses those. I enjoy those too. I feel like it's that thing of like, you don't know what's. I don't know what's coming up. I have
Yeah.
not seen one book from this box,
Right.
and I like this time period because like, I was reading about comics online more than I was buying new comics.
Right.
At this time, so I think this is. When you mentioned these, I was pretty excited to go through these. So I think this should be fun.
And you know what's kind of cool and like very
It's
easy.
like quiz me.
Right. But almost all my boxes are random.
That's true.
So like I could just start pulling like that could just be episodes
Like,
like
what in the hell is that? It's like a
Mad Magazine.
Gotcha. Magazine size, yeah.
Yeah.
That's some
Or
random stuff.
yeah, it could be National Lampoon.
All right.
All right, you good?
Yeah, I think so.
Bought a bunch of random comics very recently. Jimmy, want to go through some of them?
Sounds good to me.
Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Like I said, man, scooped up a whole bunch of comics from happened to be my my 6th grade math teacher, Jimmy.
That's bizarre.
There was a little initiative done in town. There was a yard sale, community yard sale stuff, and 70 houses participated. And I went to about 20 houses, starting at 8 a.m. Nothing. Bupkiss, as they say, man. Came home, and on the Facebook page for the event, somebody posts, come to such and such address, video games, comics, and I'm like, be there in a couple of seconds. I popped it on the Google Maps because I wasn't exactly familiar with the street. 3 blocks away, a place where I actually didn't know there was a street. Thought it was no outlet. And it turns out, like I said, was my 6th grade math teacher, Mr. Wellman, who, when I was in his class, he would have those comic buyer's guides on the back window of the classroom, and he would be going through those like whenever we were supposed to have our heads down doing work. He said, you know, I got 30 boxes of the stuff that's mine, and when I saw these 3 boxes, like I didn't see any of those, so like those were kind of tucked away. I am curious.
I am too, because if he's going through Comics Buyer's Guide, like, I like to imagine he's like mail ordering and really putting together a collection.
And we'll go through this, and you'll see that like he takes care of his stuff, man. But these boxes that I bought were from the aughts, And it was the same kind of thing as when I was a kid, man. Completely ignorant. And would go to flea markets and give a guy $8 a box. My pops was good for that. Like, oh, you don't want to take this back home. Like, how many did you sell here this weekend? I'll give you $8. And the people are just like, yeah, get it out of my life. So you build knowledge with that. I was broke in the aughts. I was starting my comics career, and if you remember, this might be like just too subtle a thing, but we hung out every Wednesday, you and I, and Tom and some others, and we'd go to a coffee shop, and I was so broke that I would bring a bottle of water from home to just drink while I hang out with you guys because I couldn't even afford the coffee. You know what I mean? So I was not buying comics that much. I wasn't spending more than like a quarter for a comic pretty much for years until I got going. So none of these comics are really doubles for me.
That's exciting. We again talked a little bit about this ahead of time. I'm excited because like I wasn't buying a lot of this stuff.
Right.
I'm assuming this is kind of your mainstream Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of it is like my taste was moving away from that.
Totally.
So these will be books that I probably may know of,
yeah,
but have not really read.
And to an extent, I got these for the good of the channel.
Yes.
Because I don't know what's dope. I don't know what to explore.
New blood.
So I need the Kayfabe audience in the comments to tell us what future episodes should be.
Yes. 100%.
I have some sense of some future things to hustle and sell. So like
I would request this as a future episode.
Me too. And you would call it something like J. Scott Campbell's Last Stand or something.
Yes.
We see variant covers. This is 2 copies of issue number 1.
Were there... Well, I don't know if you know this. 2 issues are all I know of for this book.
Right.
So again, Kayfabers out there, fill us in if we're missing some information there. But J. Scott Campbell, an artist that I enjoyed, and at this point it was weird, but you see him doing a lot of digital stuff, so that could be fun.
Mike Turner Superman.
Interesting.
With the Jim Lee sketchbook.
I've bought some Mike Turner recently. Very intriguing.
And then there's stuff like, Dark X-Men. Never heard of it. 28 Days Later, 6, boom. Something tells me that's after the movie.
Yeah, I would assume.
Some other shit. X-Men Unlimited. Kind of a cool looking cover. Kind of cel-shaded, like anime-ish looking thing.
There's a Kirkman listed on there. Is this a big team up of writers?
Oh,
Do
yeah.
you think that's a Robert Kirkman?
I do, because he
had... Unlimited, they would run like an anthology.
And he had an exclusive deal with Marvel for a little while. Shouts to Adi Granoff, man. That's my Japanese tourist bud. Like, we were kicking it at Tokyo Comic-Con, got some cool sushi together. JLA Avengers, Busick, and Perez.
Is that the long rumored... No, it wouldn't be with Busiak.
Exactly.
Writer. Interesting.
The most homoerotic cover ever drawn of Wolverine.
Yes. I remember making fun of this a lot at the time.
Gets props from Mark Silvestri. I'm showing that to the King Kayfabers right there. Look at the glutes activated after yoga with Adrian.
Yes.
Wearing the male stripper, like, cowboy hat. Ripped to shreds. He's going to go to a fucking bachelorette party and fucking... make chicks lick whipped cream off of him, to the tune of "She's My Cherry Pie."
Listen,
that is Magic Mike.
I don't disagree with any of that. I would be interested in reading this arc. This is the last Grant Morrison the new X-Men. That was like his conclusion. And
I see.
I'm not sure about it. I think it's like a future past kind of thing. I think he kind of went through certain of those stories, the classic stories,
right?
And I feel like that's what this may be. But it's Mark Silvestri and Grant Morrison doing X-Men.
Yeah,
I would be curious to take a closer look at that.
Now, I don't know much about this period at all. I never read the Grant Morrison stuff, but everybody says that the Chuck Austin stuff is tripe.
Dudes are harsh on Chuck Austin. I also did not read it, so I don't know, but I do know there was some negative stuff about him online.
But now there will be the opportunity to. Super God, Warren Ellis, never heard of it, an Avatar book. There will be a smattering...
I hope there's a bunch of Avatar books. That'd be cool.
Terry Moore echoes that will show up kind of here and there in the book, in the box. New Avengers, Bendis, don't know anything about it. Jack of Fables. See, there will be these little veins where there'll just be like one issue of something weird. Like my teacher was like just giving stuff a shot and was like, you know what, I'm not feeling it.
Scott Clark, Wildstorm alumni, continuing to work there.
More of this Jack of Fables. I think that my guy was a big Fables fan, so he's going to grab all the auxiliary.
That's a popular book.
Materials.
I think it might have been Vertigo's like last big popular long running series.
Dingo, no clue. Demonic, Kirkman doing something with Silvestri.
See this pilot season gimmick? I've got a couple of these, and Silvestri draws several of them where they were running like one issue, new characters, new whatever, and then I think there might have been like vote on who you want to read, or maybe it's who sold the most.
Right.
Those could be interesting, and I might have one or two of these that would be different stories, but still like Silvestri, and I don't know if Kirkman wrote all of them or not, but
another Dingo. Rick Remender, is that Terry Moore?
no, it's oh shoot, it's from Walking Dead.
Yeah, that's Terry Moore.
I thought Terry Moore.
No, that's
Tony Moore.
Tony Moore. Oh my goodness.
Apologies to Tony.
Yeah, for sure. Incorruptible, don't know it.
This was about like the Miller World kind of time, I think, when some of these writers were stretching out.
Cinderella for Fabletown, don't know it. Streets of Gotham, no clue. Black Widow.
You know what? There were a couple Black Widow series. I don't know this one, although it looks like maybe John Paul Leon is the art. But there was one with Bill Sienkiewicz art. Kind of weird because it's hard to keep track. I'll look at those sometimes when I come across them and don't know them.
Some kind of Hawkeye comic.
Dark Reign, one of those crossovers. Looks like a weird superhero.
That's
Avatar.
an Avatar book for sure. Unmistakable. When there's blood on the cover like that.
Yeah.
Another one of these Mark Waid joints. Random issue with Chew.
Never read Chew, and that was a series that ran, I think, 30 or so.
Very successful.
issues.
Yeah, very successful. Red Robin, no idea.
This stuff brings back so many memories. This was the explosive of like, we got new publishers, we've got weird, like we're breaking house styles, and it's so chaotic to look at now and try to like remember what these were. This was
like a New 52,
J.H. Williams III, and the art's really good, the stuff that he was doing. I think he was doing like washes in black and white. He might have been doing full paints, like full color. Alex Maleev. I liked his work. It's kind of strange. That one looks like a painting, like a legit kind of.
Yeah.
It's probably maybe digital, but.
Why don't you grab me those books down there? Because this is getting. We're getting some runs, Jimmy.
I see a lot of Top Cow logos flashing by.
We're getting some runs here.
And did you talk to your former teacher whenever this transaction's going down?
Oh, totally. Like, I was talking with the wife first, and then I was like, is this Mr. Wellman's house? And she's like, yeah, you were a student? She's like, I'll go get him. So he came out, because he supports the books. Like, when I went to his house, all my books are there on the bookshelves and shit like that. It was super rad. So he's done, you know? He's done with comics. A dude who's been collecting them for his whole life. Dude's in his 60s, maybe, and he is tired of the Marvel DC stuff that's being done. He is completely
and
out of
nothing
it.
has replaced it. He's not like, oh, I follow this or that creator. Or...
No.
Wow.
No, he's so kind of, he's like, I don't want to put words in the dude's mouth or something, but it's whack to him at this point.
Man, that's fascinating, because I was going to ask, like, what's his stuff, you know? But
J. Michael Straczynski fan.
a lot of people are.
Is this their original stuff? Man, we got previews, preludes.
It's crazy that it's
Half
a
issue.
franchise. You know what I mean? Like, they have spin-off books and stuff.
Like, is this the original number one?
I have no idea.
The Kayfabers will tell us.
Never read it, but boy, he's buying all the variants.
Got all the covers. for number
Multiple
one.
copies of the same variant covers. 3 of this one at least.
Yeah, maybe that's what started to get to him.
It's funny if it's that the completist thing of like he can't stop himself.
Right.
Man,
Gotta go
multiples
cold
of
turkey.
the same stuff is nuts.
Yeah, I don't see any like subtitles, so I'm guessing maybe this is Rising Stars. And this is one that even Warren Bernard said that like he would like to unpack with us.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see it was obviously successful. You know, that's a pretty big creative team. Like, those have to sell in order to... this is not your run-of-the-mill Image Comics where, like, we're not going to make any money, but maybe the trades will get profitable.
It was early enough, too, but it was that era where there was such disrespect for comics that people like Jeff Loeb and just these, like, outside writers, like, if you were an outside writer, it gave you more gravitas than the most seasoned comic book writer. So I cast aspersions on that. But now I have them and I could read them.
Look at that, man. 24 issues. What a run for like that time period and where comics were at. Probably some nice book collections of this one. And I saw Brent Anderson's name on there,
Yeah.
which makes me think of like revisionist type superheroes such as Astro City.
Yeah, totally. I believe that in my free little lending libraries in the neighborhood, there's going to be a lot of issue ones of Rising Stars.
I think I saw 8 of them there.
Yeah, that is going to show up in 2024.
I'm mildly underwhelmed by what's been being pulled out here, Ed.
Yeah, Day of Judgment, Jeff Jones, or Jeff Johns. One of the other things was like these writers who developed some street cred or some fandom. Like I don't know any of them. I don't think I ever read a Jeff Johns comic, so I'll fuck with it.
Yeah, boy, I find some of these. This is from a certain period that I found ugly. That's a pretty good creative team, though. Azzarello and Rizzo.
Absolutely.
That would be something I think that might be really good.
Totally, that's 100 Bullets team.
I'd be curious about it at least. Nice covers too.
Now
I like
here's
those
the
covers.
thing, like I don't know if you see it's like Broken City 4, 5, 6. Like I got to this box maybe late. Maybe some schmucks like came through and bought the first 3. So I don't necessarily have it all.
You know, as you're flipping through, that's something else that I see where it's like, okay, that looks like a bigger crossover event. You'll see like a branded logo at the top or whatever, and I can see how somebody gets tired of this.
Right.
Like it would be so hard to. I look at these and half the time I'm like, I don't know what order you'd read them in. It feels like it's part of a maybe multi-series storyline.
Right.
Just really hard to make sense of what you're looking at sometimes. How old do I sound when I say that?
Bunch of
Guess
Mike,
my age, Kayfabers.
bunch of Mike Turner Supermans.
Interesting stuff.
You know, I totally never paid any attention to these. Now I got a bunch. I think it came out to 16 cents, so I'm not crying too much.
What Dustin Wynn. I usually find his art attractive, although I don't know if I've actually read any of his books. This is interesting because Steve Epting, Ed Brubaker, I mean, that was like the Captain America team that found so much success early on there.
Right. Just a random issue of Razzle.
So strange. You ever read Razzle?
I got the trade, but
I remember reading it. I can't remember if it was whenever we interviewed him or
another Echo,
some reason or other.
Terry Moore.
I would be sorting these if these were my collections. Like I'd be going like, okay, all the avatars, got to put all those together.
Right.
All the echoes, the creator-owned stuff.
This is
stuff
pretty.
Ed McGuinness, yeah, there's a guy I enjoy looking at.
This is pretty sweet, man. Ed McGuinness, inks by Dexter Vines. So we got a little run of these, and I'm a big Ed McGuinness fan. I love his artwork. And then this Pat Lee shit where it gets like cell shaded, you know, like.
Pat Lee I find interesting too because I have come across him. I picked up the rest of the Alan Moore Wildcats and he's got some stuff in there. I think in an issue. Oh, I was gonna say Michael Turner is who I associate with the Superman.
Want a copy?
I'll take one. Superman, Batman. I think he did a decent run on here. But Pat Lee worked everywhere.
Yeah.
Like he did stuff for Liefeld. He did stuff for Jim Lee. I think he might have done Silvestri Top Cow stuff. Really, quite a history.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's another bundle for you.
Oh yeah, sweet.
I have all of those Dark Minds, I think is Pat Lee's book. Those are things that I pulled as I was, over the years buying dollar books, 50-cent books, stuff like that. And it really looks like the cell-shaded stuff. Like, I think it's pretty cool looking, but I haven't actually read it. And it might be around this time period, late 90s, early 2000s, somewhere in there.
Came across another run, Jimmy.
Oh, boy.
Got a little run going on. Let me pull the...
Yeah, the Marvel Knight stuff, like, ooh. That's a head turner for me.
So all the initial shit, the stuff that came in the Marvels.
These are pretty cool. I know we looked at issue 1 in a video, but I remember that book making noise.
He bought into some things, man.
Oh man,
he bought into some things. But we got a long run of this. We got all the
multiple issue copies of these.
We got all the Smith joints and Quesada, and then it dovetails into. I think this is worth something. This character becomes somebody. I didn't realize Quesada continued, and then we got David Mack.
I didn't realize that either. I like David Mack stuff. Not a guy I've read a lot of, but I'm often impressed with the visuals.
Now Bendis pops up as the writer.
I remember
And we got
I had a
lots.
friend that was reading these, and he would kind of like tell me what was going on, and they usually sounded pretty good. Like I think at some point Murdoch gets thrown in jail, and then Punisher gets himself arrested to go in with him.
Right.
And I like Malieve's look too. It's I know he was doing stuff with photos, and it's kind of weird, but also why not? It's having a consistent team is half the battle, I think.
Want one?
No thanks.
35 issues so far.
It's a big run.
This might be a run.
Yeah, when I think of Bendis, this might be the thing he's most celebrated for.
Look at what
maybe
they're,
everywhere.
look what they're doing, having like legacy numbers.
Yes.
With the Marvel Knights numbers.
So weird. Who takes over? The writer that takes over, is it Brubaker that replaces Bendis? I remember people liking that run too.
It ends with 60 for me,
Okay.
so I can't tell you.
That's kind of cool. I would be curious if you read a couple of these to see what you make of them.
I'm very interested in it, and it's a big part of why I scooped up the box.
Yeah, I would be tempted to buy a collection at a cheap price for that, because I do remember these books being like, people liked them.
Yeah.
And, you know, Daredevil, man. You can certainly do Daredevil right, so they could be really good. And I like Mac and Malieve. Wow.
We end kind of strong.
I'll tell you what, a good shape Hellboy 1,
The original
That'll-
Seed of Destruction.
that'll pay for your collection, wouldn't it?
I think so, man. That's the stuff that I told him. I'm like, dude, these are worth way more than $1. And he's like, yeah, whatever. So, and you know what? We need to do Seed of Collection as a complete piece.
It's funny. I'm curious to see how much stuff. Wake the Devil, pretty good. But then I wonder if you get into like Conquer or Worm was the one where I was like, oh, I'm in. I'm totally in. Up to that point, I was kind of like on the fence. But man, that got me.
He gets deep, man, because like it's not all just in this box.
These are great too. I always liked when Mignola was doing these like 2-issue runs. It seemed like artistically he grew some there. And I don't know if it was the size of the stories or why, but those always spoke to me. That's kind of cool.
Wolves
That's
of
the
St.
color
August
version.
collection.
Yeah, you guys should check out our Wolves of St. August, the original printings, if you haven't seen that video already. These are really great.
The 25-cent issue.
Mm-hmm.
We did a video on that.
Yeah, it's also in his artist edition, and just a fantastic piece. Love this. This was my prime like Mike Mignola Hellboy era.
Yeah. Some auxiliary stuff. Ape Sapien joint. Ghost Hellboy.
Who's drawn?
Don't know the name.
Thought it might have been Adam Hughes, but it was not. There you go. That's your Wolves of St. August.
Yes, and guess what? These three, I already have.
Oh,
So these are going to the Cartoonist Kayfabe Christmas in July.
by the way,
Next year.
King Kayfaber Rob McCallum.
Yes, sir.
I was messaging with him yesterday.
And I don't have this issue, so I'm so glad to finally get that.
How much does that white cover pop?
So much.
Like 3 of them are black and 1 is white. This is a fun book. Have
And
we
I-
looked at that?
You know, I'm sitting here thinking because it's like we should. But, you know, one of those Frank Miller's has 3 or 4 different small stories.
Yeah, I think most of those came out of Dark Horse Presents, if I'm not mistaken.
A couple more of that Bendis. Uh-oh, guess what, dude? The rest of that Broken City storyline with
Nice.
Azzarello Rizzo. So we're good. We're good with that.
Yeah, you should read that one and see if it's something to...
And
Cover.
I guess maybe I skipped the issue earlier and it just got shuffled in the box a little bit differently. Hellboy Jr., Bill Ray.
Wonder if it's all Bill Ray. That might be fun to look through
Crack it
and
open.
see what kind of talent's on those pages. These are neat because of the painting.
Right.
You know, I like whenever they would try different stuff, and I think that's a painter in there. Bill Ray on our
dude.
first one, our second one.
Kevin Nolan. I see Dave Cooper's name. Hilary Barta.
That's a pretty great collection of talent there.
Yeah. Good looking comic. Unmistakable Dave Cooper
Yeah, definitely.
right there.
Looks like he's coloring himself there. Is that the Nolan stuff?
I think so. That one. It was just a pinup. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, interesting. Is this Mike Mignola then?
Let's see.
Wow.
Let's see.
That's a good looking. That's a cool book. I kind of would remember
mine
when this
would,
stuff
yeah.
would come out. You know, it'd be great is if he had. There was a Hellboy anthology series, like 4 issues, where different creative teams would do
Yeah.
Hellboy stories.
Yeah.
If you pull that out of these boxes, I've got 1 or 2 issues of that.
Cool.
And I always think that's something we should cover because it's a good talent. You know, it's a way to look at a bunch of artists
Yeah.
in one video that would make sense.
We've got 2 other weird boxes, man. But here's how we'll end it, and it's something that I've been wanting to get my hands on for quite a while.
Nice.
Is all 5 issues of Dark Horse 100. I only had this one, so like as a whole video, I think that like it would be cool to do Dark Horse 100 because what they did was they got their top talent to do stories in here and really try to set it up as like a grand centennial.
Yeah, it was an event. I wonder if these were released weekly. I bought these. I got rid of them in the Purge, and there's something that if I come across, I buy them. I think I have 1 or 2 of them now.
Yeah,
But how about this for like, you're showing off your Legend team.
Totally.
It's all Legend artists.
yeah, it is, huh? Absolutely. There will be PCARs in there, all sorts of
This should be a fantastic video. The collection of talent in there is quite a list.
right.
And it's also a snapshot of that time period. I don't know when this is, but it's probably like 99,
Yeah.
2000, maybe 98 to 2001, somewhere in there, I think.
That sounds about right. And guess what?
Wrightson doing Hellboy.
That's so cool, man. I have doubles of this, so that's going to somebody. Let's see what the year is on this thing. Such a goofy story. It's 95.
95. Wow. Way earlier than I thought.
Yeah, you know what? It is early enough that there was like a little promo magazine that was in Hero Illustrated that was comic size and stuff. So
So what does that bring us to? Like 6 issues for Dark Horse?
right,
100?
right. So there it is, man. Just a random box of comics of stuff that I had almost no doubles of. And Kayfabers, what are the books from this stash that deserve to get the microscopic treatment on Cartoonist Kayfabe? And at a future date, we'll grab another random box. I know that I have Old Man Logan in one of them. All kinds of random shit. It was so cheap. It was so nothing. Fuck it. As long as there's a couple diamonds in the rough, dude, it's worth it for Cartoonist Kayfabe.
It makes me so curious what his 30 boxes of comics contain.
I think he's got lots of like old stuff and runs, Like, I think he's got a lot of runs of, like, great old... Like, probably, like, every Sandman, every Swamp Thing, like, he's a big Grant Morrison dude, so probably, like, all the Animal Mans and, like, all of that kind of thing.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see. It's neat how well he takes care of them. And 30 boxes, man, that is nothing to sneeze at. That's
Yeah.
a pretty substantial collection. It makes me wonder, like, did he go through and, like, call out these comics? Or is this just, at a certain point, he's like, I'm done from 95 on?
right.
You know?
Yeah, the Mignola's a surprise. And he even said so for himself. I think he probably upgraded in his mind, like, with the library editions and stuff.
I think people do that. That would make sense. Why own multiple versions of it? And he's probably right in that regard. I would probably choose the comics over
Right.
the books, but hey, to each his own, and obviously the books are a popular format choice for everybody.
Yeah, so looking forward to the comments. Educate us a little bit. We don't know what we don't know. Tell us what the good shit is.
Yeah, there should be some fun stuff come in. I'm curious if Chuck Austin will catch any shrapnel.
Oh, man, leave the guy alone. It's been some time. I don't even know anything about that.
I don't either.
Anything about
I
it.
remember people crapping on him, but for that reason, or for that matter, I also remember people crapping on Bendis, so
Yeah.
who knows what'll come back from this video.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon is where you can join up to mitigate the Kayfabe effect and get all our videos before anybody else. We're going to be at Baltimore Comic Con second weekend in September, but the videos are brought to you ultimately by the books that we make. Jimmy.
We lost one. That's all right.
No.
Throw out what you got, and we'll cover it when we
here
get
it
to
is.
it.
No, it's good. Jimmy, what do you got?
True Crime Funnies. This is my latest self-published comic, 3 nonfiction stories, including a legit true crime comic, as well as some wrestling tales. This is available digitally right now on my website or at patreon.com/JimRugg, along with a lot of other PDFs of zines and mini comics that are out of print. I will be reprinting that soon, hopefully. My other books that are available right now wherever you buy books and comics include Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, back in print from Image Comics, 8 complete stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. These are action superhero comics suitable for anybody, and some of the best comics ever made. So pick this up if you haven't already. The Plain Jane's perfect for the young adult reader in your life, and the Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition. Super proud of this book. You can see it's oversized, fluorescent green, and really a love letter to both the Hulk and to the creative teams that made the Hulk the character that he is.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. The book is printed. The book is nearly published to the consumer, and I want you to grab it. 504 pages, 140 pages of material beyond what the first 4 volumes encompass. A lot of artwork done exclusively for this book. Not the only holiday effort that we're putting out. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming out. It's going to be a trade paperback size. This is the original Treasury, but there's a Treasury that's out of print. So if you want to get the comic all in one go, the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is the way to do that. And Crypto Killers is the latest season of Red Room Comics. There are 3 series of Red Room comics out there. Trigger Warnings and The Antisocial Network are 2 trade paperbacks that are out there. Self-contained stories. You see an issue, give it a read. You dig it, grab another one. It'll be something completely different and all-encompassing. You're not going to have to be bogged down with all the other issues. And there are going to be 4 issues total. 3 issues are out right now. Jimmy, what else do we have going on?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hopefully we weren't too far away from the mic or anything.
Yeah. Hopefully some of this tech catches up by next week.
Yeah, it works that way. It works that way, man. I'm going to airdrop you something if your phone is on.
Yeah, let me go get it.
King Kayfabers, thank you for hanging out and slogging along with us as we struggled through our technical malfunctions and all of that stuff. This app that we use, it's becoming unwieldy. And the thing is, like, ultimately, we sort of need to keep it to these phone recording applications, because the more complicated it gets, the less inclined we are to do it.
Right.
So we're kind of bound and limited
Yeah.
until we could pay somebody to do all that shit and just be talking heads. Wouldn't that be nice, Jimmy?
It would be great. Production team, that's what we need.
Yeah.
Hellboy's Weird Tales is that anthology series. It's pretty neat too, and it's such a snapshot of a time period. You know?
Right.
You can see like who's who, and it's also interesting to see like who sticks around comics and who splits, because like I think that's a '90s book, but you know, that was a tough time, man. A lot of people left.
Cool. King Kayfabers, thank you guys so much for joining us. We are going to debrief and get to editing pretty soon. So first video I'll put up on the Patreon will be our Stan Lee documentary movie review. So take care, guys. We're going to get to editing and handling our